everyone. Welcome to Crime in Court. This is another episode in my newest series, The Menendez Brothers Path to Freedom. We are going to actually read through the people's request to withdraw. So this is going to be, it's an 88-page document. Yeah, 88 pages. I'm going to try to get through most of it. I might skip some areas, and I guarantee you I'm going to get mad throughout because I really hate Nathan Hochman. Just FYI, if you can't tell. Um, so this is from Nathan Hochman, the DA's office. This is their original response, asking basically why or saying why the withdrawal never should have taken place, or why this request never should have taken place. Basically calling into question everything that George Gascon, the previous DA's office, was doing, and basically calling them liars and things like that. So we're going to read through most of it, and we're also going to read through the defense's response and then their reply. So there's three more documents that we're going to get through. So here we go. Let's get started. Please hit that like button. And whoops, there I am. All right, let's begin. All right, so this is, like I said, this was okay. So this was filed March 10th, 2025. So not that long ago. And it's by Nathan Hochman and Habib Balian, who also did the arguments at the hearing last week on Friday. So Habib did the argument, so I wonder if he wrote this. And then there's some other people on here that I don't think really come into play much for our purposes, anyways. So this is the people's response to the court's initiation of the recall of sentence and resentencing and request to withdraw the people's motion. It's a really long title. Basically, it's their response to the resentencing request, which was put in by George Gascon's team. And he has no legal authority or precedent to do this, by the way. He just took it upon himself because he really has a vendetta against the Menendez brothers for some reason, and apparently, survivors of abuse. So to the Honorable Michael Jessic, Judge presiding, defendants um, Eric Galen Menendez, sorry, and Joseph Lyle Menendez, and their attorneys of record. So they go by Eric and Lyle, is what that footnote says. All right, so after a thorough and exhaustive review of the case, including the review of 10,000s of pages of trial transcripts, I believe that because we're in the middle of reading through trial 2, because there's no video for that, and it's lengthy. So I bet that does take a long time, and I guarantee he did not read through them all because he started office in December. And by March, he's filing this. So I just don't think he did a exhaustive and thorough review. That's all I'm saying. But he's saying that they did, regarding these 10,000s of pages of trial transcripts, thousands of pages of prison records, hundreds of hours of videotaped trial testimony, and all relevant pleadings and exhibits, as well as interviews with defense counsel, Menendez family members, prior prosecutors, and law enforcement. The people are prepared to go forward with the court's initiation of proceedings to recall. So they want to recall the sentence and resentence under the penal code if the court deems it has jurisdiction, but requests to withdraw their initial motion requesting recall and sentence in this case. This response and request shall be based on the attached memorandum of points and authorities, the attached declarations and accompanying exhibits, the record of conviction, and any other arguments or evidence to be presented at a hearing on this matter. Before we get into it, let's keep in mind resentencing is about rehabilitation, reform, being able to reflect and take responsibility, which they claim that the brothers did not do, which every single one of their family members rejects that claim. So who's telling the truth? All right, so introduction. On July 2nd, 1996, the court sentenced Erik and Lyle Menendez to life without the possibility of parole following their convictions for the brutal and vicious first degree homicides of their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez, with special circumstances of lying in wait and multiple homicides. A jury had convicted each of them after a second 7-month trial that followed a first trial where the juries could not reach a verdict. So, as you know, trial one, which ended in 1993, ended in a mistrial for both hung juries. At each trial, the Menendez brothers presented a defense of self defense where they introduced testimony and exhibits and argued that they each had an actual fear of their parents, that their parents were going to take their lives that night of the homicides, which took place August 20th, 1989. The convicting jury rejected this defense. No, they did not. You can't say that just because it ended in a mistrial. You can't say they rejected the defense. They didn't come to a decision. They couldn't all agree on something. So there was no decision. There was no rejection necessarily. If anything, there was kind of a rejection as to, well, the state didn't prove their case. We can't all agree on that. So it's kind of a loss for the state, not the other way around. To explain the defense and the motivation for their fear that their mother and their father were going to take their lives that night, they introduced significant testimony and exhibits at each trial. Yeah, that's called evidence. In particular, Erik testified at both trials, including the second trial where he testified for 7 days, detailing explicit and graphic incidents over 12 years concerning the SA that he experienced from his father and his mother, condoning it. SA, however, was not their defense at trial. Self defense constituted that defense. Okay, let's break that down just a second here. Self defense was their defense. At the first trial, that is what they were able to argue. In the second trial, that option was taken away from them. So it was either homicide in first degree or manslaughter. There were like the special circumstances, the whole lying in wait thing, which I think was a bunch of garbage and never proven. But and then we've got this comment about the SA. I'm going to try not to break this down by every single sentence and tell you why it's wrong, but I could. But the SA, it was never, no, it was never the reason why they did it. It was the reason why they wanted, the reason that motivated them to do what they did. It's not the actual, it wasn't self-defense, but that self-defense was because of the SA and the physical harm that the parents were doing to them. It's they kind of go together, but whatever. All right, let's move on. So Erik testified at his second trial. Question: did you take your father's life because he SA'd you? No. Did you take your parents' lives because you hated them? Certainly no. Did you take your parents' lives because you wanted their money? No. Did you take your parents' lives out of an act of mercy? No. Why, Mr. Menendez, did you take your mother and father's lives? Because we were afraid. And what was it that you were afraid of? I was afraid of dying. And who were you afraid was going to take your life? My mom and my dad. Clearly this supports his fear. But are we going to say that they're just going to say that this is all made up, I'm sure. Lyle similarly testified at the first trial. And on August 20th, 1989, did you or your brother take your mother and father's lives? Yes. Did you take their lives for money? No. Did you take their lives because you wanted to pay them back for the way that they had treated you? No. Why did you take your parents' lives? Because we were afraid. Even Eric's own attorney, Leslie Abramson, acknowledged that Erik and Lyle did not take their parents' lives due to the essay, stating, "We have never said that because you're abused, you're justified in taking your abuser's life. We didn't argue that, and we never will." They still aren't. So I don't know what the point of him bringing this out is, but cool. The jury was accordingly never asked to render a verdict on essay. After the well, because Kitty and Jose were never on trial. That makes this is a very illogical argument, but okay. I'm only on page 3, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get us through this eventually. So after the second trial and resulting guilty verdicts, the trial moved to the penalty phase where the jury was given the choice of the death penalty or life without the possibility of parole. After weeks of evidence, the jury chose life without the possibility of parole, which is the sentence that was imposed. For almost the next 10 years, the Menendez brothers repeatedly tested their convictions and sentences through the appellate process, as is their right to do, I'm going to point out. They filed a direct appeal with the California Court of Appeals challenging numerous aspects of the trial, which they should, because there were many flaws in the jury instructions and the court's rulings, including the exclusion of certain testimony of SA, and they lost. They filed, yeah, because we were still in the 90s and people didn't understand SA for males, especially father son SA back then. It wasn't widely known still. They filed a petition to the California Supreme Court on the same grounds and they lost. They then filed a habeas petition to the California Supreme Court along the same grounds and they lost. They then filed a habeas petition in the federal courts with the U.S. District Court and the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals along the same grounds, and they lost. Over and over and over again, the reviewing courts ruled that the Menendez brothers had received a fair and just trial and had been properly sentenced. Well, I would say it's more of a showing that our justice system is flawed and the catch-alls to prevent things like this don't work. That's what I would say about that. From their last court law, oh, and I also wanted my other point about that is that so what? So what about any of this? So what that they lost any of that? This is a different route to freedom, and it's not that they're not accepting their sentence. It's not that they're not accepting the time. They've served 35 years. They're accepting of what they did. They accept their responsibility. They didn't even know that this was a possibility to get out. So, yeah. Anyhow. All right. So from their last court loss in 2005 and for their next 18 years to 2023, the Menendez brothers had no legal motion. So that's because they were totally out of appeal options. Then, in May 2023, they filed a new habeas petition with the Los Angeles Superior Court in the case. Pursuant to the court order, the people have recently filed its informal response to that petition. In addition to the habeas petition, the Menendez brothers have submitted a petition to California Governor Gavin Newsom for clemency, asking him to commute their sentences and release them immediately. The governor has the unilateral constitutional power to grant the petition or not at any time. It is still pending. The third track of the Menendez case is the instant resentencing matter before the court. This resentencing matter is before the court on both its own initiation of resentencing proceedings under this penal code filed on November 25th, 2024. That was the prior administration and the prior district attorney's motion for resentencing. So it's part of the court's own initiation because of the age that they are and the fact that they meet this penal code or whatever. they meet the resentencing requirements. And so it would have come up on its own, and the DA also decided to investigate, and once they did, they started pushing for it. And that was filed October 24th, 2024, the second motion for resentencing. So the impact of a resentencing is profound, despite the fact that the jury convicted the Menendez brothers of first-degree homicides with special circumstances, and every court reviewing the case has affirmed that the convictions and sentences of life without the possibility of parole for the past 30 years. A resentencing may convert that sentence to a sentence of life with the possibility of parole, which means they would go before the parole board. It could also reduce their sentence to manslaughter, which means they could be instantly released. So those are kind of two things, or they could be denied. Some of the multiple options there. So while the people are prepared to go forward with a hearing on the court's initiation of resentencing if the court deems it appropriate to do so, the people request to withdraw its motion for resentencing based on multiple legitimate reasons after a thorough and extensive review of the record. A resentencing based on the court's initiation of proceedings would not carry the statutory presumption in favor of the resentencing found in the Penal Code. Also, there is likely a jurisdictional issue with the court conducting such a proceeding. Um, See People versus Roe, which held that due to a lack of jurisdiction, resentencing could not take place on court's initiated resentencing motion despite the consent of the parties. So they're trying to say that the court doesn't even have jurisdiction over this, which is just a bunch of nonsense. These reasons include that the prior motion failed to undertake any significant analysis of whether the Menendez brothers have exhibited complete insight and accepted full responsibility into the brutal homicides of their parents and the lies and suborning and attempting to suborn perjury that they told before the jury, that they told before and during the trial. Sorry. Such complete insight and full acceptance of responsibility for one's criminal actions is key to a resentencing analysis since it significantly helps determine whether an inmate poses an unreasonable risk of a danger to the community. As the people and oh my god, as the below analysis will reveal, the Menendez brothers have continued to lie for over 30 years, according to Nathan Hochman and his team, about the self defense. That is, their purported actual fear that their mother and their father were going to take their lives the nights of the homicides. Also, over those 30 years, they have failed to accept responsibility for the vast number of lies that they told in connection with the defense and their suborning perjury and attempting suborning of perjury from people they enlisted to fabricate those various lies. As the case of Sirhan Sirhan, the governor's rejection of his parole recommendation in case law demonstrates significant rehabilitation efforts post sentencing, the length of time in prison, one's age at the time of the crime, and other mitigating factors may not be sufficient to overcome the unreasonable risk of danger that a perpetrator poses to the community unless the person exhibits full insight and accepts complete responsibility for their crimes. In the case of Saran Saran, despite the parole board recommending parole for the first time in 40 years in 2021, Governor Newsom rejected parole for him. So, if you're not aware, Saran Saran, or however you say it, is he's the person who is in prison for the homicide of RFK, RFK Jr.'s father, so senior, and for the assassination of RFK. And um, it's also questionable as to whether he ever did it. He never admitted to doing it. So there's a whole different basis as to, legalities with him. So it's not really a comparable case. But anyways, He loves to compare the two cases because this person was denied parole. So he's trying to compare the two. Notwithstanding the pro-parole factors that the homicide occurred in 1968, Suran was 24 years old at the time, had no past criminal record, had grown up under violent circumstances, had been in prison for over 50 years, was in his late 70s and in diminishing health, had completed a college degree in prison, engaged in extensive rehabilitation efforts and programs while in prison, received supportive letters from prison officials and several victim family members, and scored at the lowest risk number in prison. Governor Newsom focused on Saran's failure to fully exhibit insight into and accept full responsibility for his crimes to deny him parole. Again, I don't believe he ever uh, uh, admitted to doing the crime. There's a big difference there. Governor Newsom concluded in his January 13, 2022 decision that Mr. Saran currently poses an unreasonable danger to society if released from prison. Here, the prior motion failed to examine at all how the continuity of failure of the Menendez brothers to exhibit insight into and accept full responsibility for their lies of self-defense of their father purportedly violently R-ing Lyle's girlfriend of their mother purportedly trying to poison them. There is testimony about that, not just from the brothers, I believe, about the poisoning. The mother, even Jose Menendez thought that she was poisoning them. She was not well in the head. Of their attempts to get a handgun the day before the homicides and other lies that impact their risk of danger to the community and justifies resentencing. Like with Sirhan Sirhan, the court should take into account and make findings on the Menendez brothers' age at the time of the crime, the conditions they grew up in, any essay, physical or emotional abuse that they experienced, how long they had served in prison, their present health, the rehabilitation efforts they have engaged in prison, including any additional education they have received, letters from prison officials and victim family members, and their prison risk score. However, the court must also analyze whether their lack of full insight and lack of complete responsibility for for the homicides overcomes, like it did in Suran's case, that these factors to justify a resentencing to a sentence less than the sentence they have received and which has been uniformly affirmed over the past 30 years, life without the possibility of parole. To see the comparison between Suran and the Menendez brothers' cases pertaining to rehabilitation factors attached, Exhibit 18 provides an instructive comparison chart. God, my brain is not wanting to work today. The people want to make clear that its request to withdraw its resentencing motion is based on the current state of the record of the Menendez brothers' current and continual failure to show full insight and accept full Why is my brain not working? Except it's my brain and my tongue not working together. I apologize. One of those days, I guess. They're not taking full responsibility, he's saying. So if they were to finally come forward and unequivocally and sincerely admit, he loves to say those words, and completely accept responsibility for their lies of self-defense and the attempted suborning of perjury they engaged in, see Exhibit 19 detailing the unacknowledged lies and efforts at fabrications, then the court should, in the future, weigh such new insights into the analysis of rehabilitation and sentencing as will the people. So they're saying we're not even going to acknowledge any of their efforts up until they say that they weren't afraid and that the self-defense was just a lie. Even if it was true, they need to lie to me and tell me that their lies. I need to make sure that I know I'm in charge of determining what their lies were and weren't. So even though they've held steady after 35 years that, they came clean at the trial. They came clean with all of their lies. Yet, and they've had held still that, this was self-defense. But for some reason, that's not good enough for Nathan Hochman. He says that's a lie. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how we got here. Anywho, let's move on. All right, so this is section 2, brief overview of the Menendez brothers' shifting stories and deception. A detailed statement of facts is included in section 3 below. However, due to the length and complexity of the evidence and history of this case, a very brief overview of the inmates' shifting stories and deception is provided below. Days before the homicides, on August 18th, 1989, as part of their plan to take their parents' lives and make it as difficult as possible for anyone to connect them to the homicides, Erik and Lyle drove over 120 miles to San Diego to purchase shotguns and ammunition that they could have purchased in Los Angeles. Attempting to further conceal their connections to the homicide weapons, they used a false identification and a fictitious address to purchase the shotguns and ammunition. The day before the parents' homicides, on August 19th, Erik and Lyle looked for a firing range to practice using their newly purchased shotguns and purchased additional and even more lethal ammunition. Hours before they took their parents' lives, on August 20th, 1989, Erik and Lyle set up a pre planned alibi where they would pretend to have been at the Batman movie at the time of the homicides and then meet their friend Perry Berman afterwards at the Taste of LA. During the homicides on August 20th, 1989, Erik and Lyle staged the brutal homicides to look like a mafia hit by shotgunning their parents at least 12 times. They shot the father in the back of the head, killing him instantly, and then shot him through his kneecaps. That is a false lie. I mean, that is just like patently false that they did that. He says they shot them through the kneecaps after he was dead. That didn't happen. There's pictures of Jose. I can see it in my mind's eye of Jose's knees, and they are not injured, the front of his knees. After running out of ammunition, they ran out to their car to reload while their mother, who had been shot but was still alive, writhed in pain on the ground. I've said this before on my channel. I don't think she was there. Like she might have been moaning and her body making noises, but I don't necessarily think that she was alive or would have even survived had she been given help. I know they like to say that she was walking around because she had blood on the bottom of her shoe or something, but she could have gotten that in the process of falling over, you know? I mean, whatever. They didn't prove to me that she was still alive at that point, other than because Lyle heard her making gurgling sounds and moans and noises. That's the only indication that they say that she was alive. Anyways, they then returned and shot her at point blank range in the face and then shot her in her kneecaps as well. That is, I've never heard them say that before. I'm like shocked that they're saying that the mother had shot kneecaps too, because I've never heard that before. As what they're saying, they shot her in the kneecaps as well to help complete the picture of a gangland homicide. So many falsities in what they've said so far already. Immediately after the homicides, to hide their connections to them, Erik and Lyle picked up all shotgun shells from the den and then got rid of them and their clothes in the gas station dumpster and the shotguns over the side of the cliff of Mulholland Drive. Next, Erik and Lyle rushed to follow through with their pre-planned alibi. When that failed, they then attempted to get Perry Berman to accompany them to their home while they quote unquote discovered their parents' mutilated bodies. Over an hour after the homicides, Erik and Lyle called 911 screaming about finding their parents no longer alive. They then met the police outside their home, convincingly lying to them, and they had come home or lying to them that they had come home and found their parents like that. Crying, Erik emphatically proclaimed, I'm going to end them. I'm going to torture them. Who would do this? Meaning to, the people that took their parents' lives. After the homicides, Eric and Lyle lied to detectives, telling them that the homicides were potentially business related due to the father's seedy business relationships. All of this is not quite accurate, and things were fleshed out more in the trial and debunked. And I don't remember him ever saying these words. And the business related seedy things, that was like taken out of context and never said before. We're just reading Jamie Pisarcik's testimony now, Lyle's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, and he apparently, according to her, told her that it was this. All right, I don't know what happened. I think something cut out with my mic, so I'm backing up because I don't know where I left off. So here we are. Or I don't know where it cut out, I should say. So we are on section 2, brief overview of the Menendez brothers, shifting stories and deception. A detailed statement of facts is included in section 3 below. However, due to the length and complexity of the evidence and history of this case, a very brief overview of the inmates' shifting stories and deception is provided below. Days before the homicides on August 18th, 1989, as part of their plan to take their parents' lives and to make it as difficult as possible for anyone to connect them to the homicides, Eric and Lyle drove over 120 miles to San Diego to purchase shotguns and ammunition that they could have purchased in Los Angeles. Attempting to further conceal their connection to the homicide weapons, they used a false identification and a fictitious address to purchase the shotguns and ammunition. The days before the homicides, on August 19th, 1989, Eric and Lyle looked for a firing range to practice using their newly purchased shotguns and purchased additional and even more lethal ammunition that the person behind the counter told them to purchase. It was a recommendation saying, "Did you get the right ammo? Here's the stuff you should be using for self defense," because that's what they asked. So they were only doing what the store clerk or who, the person working there recommended to them. Hours before their parents' homicides on August 20th, Eric and Lyle set up a pre-planned alibi where they would pretend to have seen, where they would have pretend to have been at the Batman movie at the time of the homicides and then meet their friend Perry Berman afterwards at the Taste of LA event. Well, he already had plans with Perry, but the Batman movie was an afterthought because if you recall, they didn't get the tickets because they were too late. So it wasn't an alibi, was it? And it wasn't a very good pre-planned alibi, was it? I don't think so. All right, so during the homicides on August 20th, 1989, Eric and Lyle staged the homicide, the brutal, and they used the K word, to look at the mafia hit by shotgunning their parents at least 12 times. So they're saying that it was at least 12 times. There's no way to know the number of shots because the fact that the casings were picked up and It's a shotgun, so the ammo kind of, the bird shell or bird shot goes, in all sorts of directions. So it causes a lot of damage. So you cannot tell exactly what wound came from which bullet. I mean, it's not exactly a real, it's not very specific. So this again is something that, we can't quite confirm, but that's the story that they're going to go with. They shot their father in the back of the head, taking his life instantly, and then shot him through the kneecaps after he was dead. That's a blatant lie. They did not. I can picture the picture of his knees. I can see it in my mind's eye, Jose's knees, and they're clearly intact and not injured. After running out of ammunition, they ran out to their car to reload while their mother, who had been shot but still alive, writhed in pain on the ground. I question this as well. I don't think they ever proved to me that she was still alive and moving. She had blood on the bottom of her shoe, which she could have got when she was falling. You know, it uh she might not have her injuries might have been a few seconds after Jose, and then of course she would fall a few seconds after injured. So the blood could have been hers. It could have been Jose's. It could have been the blood could have gotten there before she fell. Is what I'm saying. And because it was on the bottom of her shoe, and because Lyle testified that she moaned, they're taking that as she's still alive, which I don't necessarily believe that she was due to all of her other injuries. I don't think she would have sustained life after that. But they want to say that, make him sound more cold-blooded because she was still alive and writhing and moaning and whatever. So they then returned and shot her at point blank in the face and then shot her in the kneecaps as well. Never heard this before. This is insane to me. He's saying that she was shot in the kneecaps as well to make it look like a mafia hit, which this is the first time I'm hearing them saying that she had shotgun blasts to her kneecaps. And it's surprising to me. But anywho. Immediately after the homicides, to hide their connection to them, Eric and Lyle picked up all shotgun shells from the den and then got rid of them and their clothes that had remnants on them in the gas station, and the shotguns they threw over the cliff on Mulholland Drive. Next, Eric and Lyle rushed to follow through with the pre-planned alibi. When that failed, they then attempted to get Perry Berman to accompany them to their home while they, quote unquote, discovered their parents' mutilated bodies. Over an hour after the homicides, Eric and Lyle called 911 screaming about finding their parents no longer alive. They then met the police outside their home, convincingly lying to them that they had come home and found their parents in that condition. Crying, Eric emphatically proclaimed, "I'm going to take their lives. I'm going to torture them. Who would do this?" Meaning, like, I'm going to take the lives of whoever did this to them. I don't know if that's confirmed that he actually said that, but that's what Nathan Hawkman thinks, at least. So after the homicides, Eric and Lyle lied to detectives, telling them that the homicides were potentially business related due to their father's seedy business relationships. Within days of the homicides, Eric and Lyle focused on ensuring that there was not a will found on their father's computer or in his safe disinheriting them, including bringing in a computer expert to delete all references to them or a will from the father's computer, transporting their father's safe to the neighbor's house where they were staying to privately open it, and obtaining the contents of their father's safety deposit box from the bank. So they're making it seem like what they did was nefarious when they opened up the deposit box and everything, when they had like a locksmith with them and whatever. I believe they had an uncle and a lawyer. So I don't know why they're acting like this is all strange. But anyways, In the months following the homicides, Eric and Lyle convincingly and repeatedly lied to the police, their family, friends, and media, saying that the mafia had taken their parents. This is a lie, also. I don't think the words mafia hit or anything about the mafia, the mob. I don't think that ever came out of their mouths. In fact, it was people asking them questions or, suggesting, could it be this? And we're reading through right now in the 1996 trial transcript that Jamie Pisarcik, Lyle's ex-girlfriend, is just now testifying that Lyle did tell her that it was a mob hit. Although the prosecution never disclosed this to the defense, so the defense never knew this, that she said it was a mob hit, and this is the first time she's testifying to it. She didn't testify to it or put it in, it's not memorialized in any reports anywhere else other than the second trial where she's saying that Lyle told her it was a mob hit, making it seem like Lyle's lying to her and, trying to push this narrative about the mob, which is not true. Again, not true. So during these months, while Eric and Lyle remained free, they stuck with their initial lie and freely spent their deceased parents' money and life insurance proceeds on expensive cars, watches, a business, and a tennis coach. So, several months after the homicides, while feeling like he wanted to take his own life and racked with guilt, Eric eventually visited his psychiatrist, Dr. Oziel, and confessed to the homicides of his parents. Not knowing that Dr. Oziel would reveal this confession, Eric admitted that he took his father's life because his father was dominating and controlling, and he took his mother's life because he couldn't find a way of taking his father without also taking his mother's life. But this is also false because that's Oziel putting words into Eric's mouth. That's Oziel saying, well, this is why you did it. But that's not Eric actually saying those things. Eric said his mother is, if left alive, would have been a witness, that she could not have survived without her husband anyways, and that it was more merciful to take his mother's life in the end and to end her miserable life. So it was more merciful to do that than to keep her alive and let her be miserable. But again, Dr. Oziel made that suggestion. Dr. Oziel subsequently brought Lyle into the discussion, and Lyle also confessed. At no point did either Eric or Lyle ever tell Dr. Oziel that their parents posed any type of threat to their safety for any reason whatsoever, nor that their father essayed them. Eric had never confided in an adult about that. No. He confided in his cousin and Lyle once, but that's it. He didn't trust Dr. Oziel enough at the time. He didn't trust anybody with that secret other than Lyle and his cousin Andy. Months after the homicides, upon the advice of Gerald Shaliff, their criminal defense attorney Eric and Lyle continued to see Dr. Oziel because Shaliff felt that disclosures during therapy could be used to help their defense if they were ever charged with homicide. Despite this purpose, Eric and Lyle still never disclosed any abuse or that their parents were a threat to their safety or that their father essayed them. Yeah, because if you remember, they defended their father like all throughout and they never wanted to tarnish the name. They never wanted to, you know, bring any shame to the family. And that's shameful for them to admit. Abusive victims don't just come out and say it. And so they're getting basically punished by Nathan Hochman because they didn't want to open up about the extent of the abuse that was going on in the house at the time. They didn't feel comfortable. Eric never felt comfortable until Leslie came about and kind of pulled it out of him. So that's when the truth all came out. The police learned that Eric and Lyle had confessed to their therapist and obtained damaging tapes documenting the confessions. Based on the content of these tapes, Eric and Lyle were arrested in March 1990. After they were arrested during the summer of 1990, Lyle asked his girlfriend Jamie Pisarcik to research cases where children had gotten off after taking their parents' lives. She provided Lyle cases where children were essayed and subsequently acquitted for taking their parents' lives. Doing research on on cases similar to your own case is not illegal, nor should it be used against him. Preparing for trial while in jail in the summer of 1990, Eric's defense team hired a psychiatrist, Dr. William Vickery, to meet with Eric. In August of 1990, Eric told Dr. Vickery that both a babysitter and his father had essayed him. However, at the direction of Eric's defense attorney, Dr. Vickery removed any reference to the babysitter essaying from the records. That both a babysitter and his father essayed him? Okay. I don't recall that. The babysitter. So Dr. Vickery removed any reference to the babysitter from the records. Eric never testified about this alleged babysitter assault. Well, it's not related to this. So I don't know why it's necessary anyways, but whatever. All right, so preparing for trial while in jail, in early December of 1990, Lyle offered to pay his girlfriend, Jamie Pisarcik, to falsely testify that his father had drugged her, thrown her onto a bed, ripped her clothes off, and violently arred her. However, Jamie refused to perjure herself, stating, "I can't believe you're asking me to do this, and it's a lie, and nothing like that ever happened. Your father would never do that to me, nor did he." And that's because he liked boys, most likely. But he did like women too, because he had Kitty and he also had his other women on the side as well. He had many mistresses, but one in particular that lasted many years, and Kitty found out and followed her to New York. Not just followed her, like went out there to scope her out. Kitty was not well. I've said that before. Kitty was not well in the head. All right, so preparing for trial in a subsequent jail visit, Lyle told Jamie that his father had essayed Eric and his mother had essayed him. However, during the meeting, Lyle never said he was essayed by his father or claimed self-defense. Well, don't you think it's a little more embarrassing to say my father essayed me than my mother did? Like, I I think he was testing the waters there with putting it out there, and she didn't believe him. So why would he want to tell her anymore? Because her response was Jamie told Lyle she did not believe him. So why would he keep talking and say, well, my dad did too, and my dad does this and that and everything else? She's not gonna believe it. She thinks that he's a decent guy because she doesn't necessarily see all the shit that he does. Anyways, preparing for trial while in jail, Lyle also told his uncle Carlos Baralt that his father had essayed Eric and his mother had essayed him. Once again, Lyle never said that he was essayed by his father or claimed self-defense. Did he need to? Did he need to actually come out and say that to his uncle in order for you to believe him? These things come out gradually and over time, piece by piece, and they test the waters with people, and they saying that, dropping that is enough. Like that's a lot to drop on one person, and it's really pretty heavy. And then to like lay everything else out at the same time, you're going to overwhelm your own self by doing that. The traumatized victim is going to overwhelm themselves by trying to come out and tell everything at once, and the person listening to it might not be receptive to all of it at once. So these things happen gradually over time where a victim might start to admit slowly to little things up until, till to get to bigger things. Once again, Lyle never said that he was essayed by his father or claimed self-defense. Again, I say he didn't need to. At the first trial, inconsistent with what Lyle told Jamie and Carlos Baralt, Erik and Lyle testified that they had both been AR'd by their father. Well, I mean, again, progression. You put it out there in pieces until it's like a small drip, and then it becomes, the whole uh, flowing water. Everything comes out at once. All right, so at the first trial, inconsistent. Oh, I just read that one, sorry. After becoming aware that SA is not a legal justification for homicide, Erik and Lyle further refined their defense. Erik and Lyle had nothing to do with their defense. Erik and Lyle are victims, and their defense attorneys crafted their defense, I'm sure. Erik and Lyle just happened to start to tell the truth about what was going on in that house. Erik and Lyle testified that they took their parents' lives in self defense because they feared their parents would take their lives that very night. In 1992, 2 years after Erik told Dr. Vickery that he was essayed by his father, he told Dr. Vickery that his father's homosexual lover warned him that his father and mother were going to take his life. According to Erik, this warning came just 2 days before the homicides. In a subsequent session with Dr. Vickery, Erik admitted that that entire story was a lie. Again, he's slowly progressing and telling things like saying my father's homosexual lover. That gives how's the therapist going to react to the fact that my dad is gay is the first thing. And then he's going to admit like, okay, that was a lie, but you know what? He was doing things to me. But it's going to take a while for him to admit that those things. It takes you guys get it. I don't need to be preaching to you, but I told you I'd get mad. To support their fabricated self defense claim, Erik and Lyle tried to portray their mother as unpredictable and dangerous. What? Everybody that knew her in the family testified that she was unpredictable and dangerous. Everyone. She had mood swings and violent, angry rages. So it's not just Erik and Lyle saying this. To accomplish the goal, Lyle wrote and sent a script to his girlfriend Tracy Baker called the Baker Letter, soliciting her to falsely testify that his mother had tried to poison the whole family in her presence. Under oath, Tracy Baker perjured herself by repeating this fake script to the jury. I don't know if it's fake because she definitely was known to have done that by multiple family members and people, people visiting the house and whatever, thinking that Kitty might have potentially poisoned them. Jose thought that Kitty poisoned them. Jose would sometimes refuse to eat dinner and go take the boys out to eat because he's like, I'm not eating that food. You poisoned it. It was not a good situation for anyone to grow up in. Both Erik and Lyle also testified falsely under oath to the same facts contained in the fake script of the Baker letter, thereby confirming their willingness to commit perjury to deceive the jury. To further support their claim that they feared that the parents would take their lives, Lyle wrote and sent another script to Erik's friend Brian Eslaminia called the Eslaminia letter, which we just listened to his testimony too, and we learned about that. That he was in the second trial only, and he claims that they were that Lyle basically solicited him to conspire to lie about getting a gun for him, borrowing a handgun. However, Aslamania did not go along with it. Undeterred and desperate to push the false narrative, we tried to get guns to defend ourselves from our violent parents' narrative. Both Lyle and Eric testified that they went to Big Five sporting goods stores in Santa Monica before they bought their shotguns to buy handguns to defend themselves. After testifying that they looked at real handguns, they claimed that they were told that they couldn't purchase them without waiting the lawfully required 14-day period. However, this was demonstrably false because the Big Five store in Santa Monica had stopped selling handguns in 1986, 3 years before the homicides. Again, like all of this stuff has been litigated at trial, so they're just rehashing stuff that this has nothing to do. Again, remember I said this is about rehabilitation and reform? This has nothing to do with it. This is just rehashing past details that don't need to be rehashed and relitigated. At trial and during a break in Dr. Oziel's testimony, Lyle told a reporter, Norma Novelli, during a during a taped jail call that he would have to admit that they made the confession to Dr. Oziel, but would have to make something up about him. Lyle ultimately concluded, I'm going to just lie, and he understands it, and I understand it. Lyle told Novelli that he would testify that Eric and Lyle falsely confessed to the psychiatrist because the psychiatrist had blackmailed them to do so. Well, he did kind of force them to putting it on a tape. And he did say he was doing it for the benefit of helping them. And then he went and got his mistress involved, and then she turned them in. So it's a whole messed up story. Both Eric and Lyle then followed through with this planned lie and testified that they confessed to Dr. Zeal on tape because the psychiatrist had in fact blackmailed them, once again confirming their willingness to commit perjury to deceive the jury. Though they both testified at their first trial, which resulted in a hung jury, Lyle chose not to testify at his second trial, and he therefore could not be confronted with his various lies and attempts to fabricate evidence during the first trial. Erik, however, testified at the second trial and described in graphic and explicit detail over 7 days the like it's uncontested. No one ever contested it until Nathan Hochman. I mean, and Pam Zonich, but that's not testimony. Their word against 50 plus testimony, or the testimony of 50 plus sworn witnesses, some of them experts. Nathan Hochman and Pam Bazanich saying that men don't have the necessary equipment to be SA'd. Yeah, that's the mentality we're dealing with here. But that doesn't make it fact just because those two say it. So they're saying, sorry, let me go back. I just get so mad. This man, I hate Nathan Hochman. Erik, however, testified at the second trial and described in graphic and explicit detail over 7 days the essay that Erik allegedly suffered at the hands of Jose Menendez for 12 years from the ages of 6 to 18. Erik also testified about the essay Jose allegedly committed against Lyle. In both trials, Erik and Lyle presented the defense that they were in actual fear of their mother and father taking their lives that night of August 20th and have maintained this fabricated defense for over the past 30 years to the present. Who says it's fabricated other than you? Just because you say it's fabricated doesn't make it so. The jury rejecting their self-defense claim, no, they didn't. They weren't given that in the second trial. So the first trial were two hung juries, and the second trial, they didn't get the self-defense instruction. The jury rejecting the self-defense claim convicted both Erik and Lyle Menendez of two special circumstance first-degree homicide and conspiracy to commit homicide. Erik and Lyle were sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. Here are the statements of facts. Jose Menendez's rise to financial success. Jose Menendez was born in Cuba and immigrated to the United States as a teenager. He married Kitty Anderson, and on January 10th, 1968, they had a son, Joseph Lyle Menendez. We've got a footnote here. A complete copy of the reporter's transcript for both trials is included. Okay, we don't need that. A little over 2 years later, Jose and Kitty had another son, Erik Galen Menendez. When Lyle was about 4 years old, the family moved to New Jersey. Eventually, the family moved to California in 1986 and lived in Calabasas before settling into a house in Beverly Hills. In this same home on August 20th, 1989, Erik and Lyle took the lives of their parents with shotguns. Jose had arrived in the United States with no money. Through hard work, he was able to realize his ambitions and become a powerful and financially successful executive at Live Entertainment. It says through hard work, but we know for a fact that people thought he was a real jerk. Nobody liked him. So, was it really through hard work, or was it just by being a jerk and getting ahead in life by mowing everybody down beneath you? And everybody is beneath you when you have that mindset. You know what I'm saying? Was it really hard work, or was it just him being a dick? At the time of his death, Jose was chairman of the board at Live with an annual salary and benefit package of approximately 1.3 million, or with inflation, 3.3 million adjusted. His assets included the family home in Beverly Hills, valued at between 3.5 to 5 million or 8.9 to 10.2 million. I love the inflation. I really hate Nathan Hochman and everything his office stands for, but I love that they adjusted for inflation because I always am curious about that. Um, and the net value of the homes were about 3.8 inflation with inflation adjusted. Property of the Calabasas home approximately 1.35, or with inflation it's 3.4 million. The stock in Live Entertainment valued at 5 million or 12 million adjusted. So he had money. That's a lot of money. Kitty Menendez abandons her career aspirations to care for her sons. Kitty Menendez aspired to have a career as an actress or in broadcasting. When she married Jose, she had a job in New York as a restaurant hostess, but then became pregnant with Lyle. At that point, Jose forced Kitty to quit her job and potential career to become a stay-at-home mother. Erik and Lyle's friends described Kitty as a sweet woman. Their friend Perry Berman described Kitty as being sweet and caring towards Erik and Lyle. That's false. Perry Berman described Kitty as being sweet and caring towards him, Perry Berman, not towards Erik and Lyle. And that would be the only person I believe that called her sweet, because everybody else said that she had rage issues. She would just go into fits of rage with like her balls clenched in fists and like screaming and throwing things and getting physical and violent and telling Lyle basically every day that he ruined her life and she hated him. But she's sweet, according to Nathan Hochman. Wow. Jose and Kitty's domineering parenting style. By all accounts, Jose's strong drive and success made him an intense, demanding, and controlling father with very high expectations of his sons. According to his brother-in-law, Carlos Peralt, for Jose, the success of his children was one of the most important things in his life. For Jose, success was not measured by effort, but as he told his brother-in-law, winning is the only thing that's important, and trying and coming in second best is not enough. To ensure his children succeeded, according to Erik and Lyle, Jose made all of the important decisions in their lives. Jose decided where Erik and Lyle would attend college, which classes they would take, what careers they would pursue, and where they would live. In sum, Jose dictated their entire futures in life, sports, and work. According to Erik and Lyle, their mother Kitty similarly controlled their lives. Their mother never went against dad and always acquiesced to and supported their father's decisions. Erik and Lyle also alleged that Kitty took control of their academic careers, such as by personally completing their homework and filling out their college applications. Teachers have said this too. It's not just Erik and Lyle saying this. This is all hmm, this has all been testified to and explained at trial, but whatever. There is every indication that Jose and Kitty were also stern disciplinarians. At trial, both Erik and Lyle also alleged that their parents were physically abusive. At trial, there was also extensive testimony by both Erik in both trials and Lyle in the first trial about SA. The testimony will be discussed later. So Erik testified that in his childhood, Jose would hit both him and his brother growing up, often with a belt. They also testified that Jose was physically and mentally abusive towards Kitty. According to Erik's testimony at the second trial, Jose would slap or hit Kitty whenever she tried to stand up to him, and this would result in crying and bleeding. However, Erik also testified that after they moved to California, Jose and Kitty actually became closer and overcame the fact that Jose had an affair. They were more of a team in the decisions. It had been decided that there would be no divorce, and so my father was much gentler to my mother, and the relationship drastically changed in terms of my mother's strength of power when it concerned my dad. She would yell at him, which she couldn't do before because she would get hit. I think she threatened to expose him, is what I think. She finally got the balls to do that after the affair and said, I'm going to expose you for what you are if you don't act like a loving husband to me. And I think that's what changed the course of events, to be quite honest. Anyways, the evidence also demonstrated that Kitty would actually strike Jose on several occasions. Well, yes, because she wasn't well. Again, and they were both abusive. It wasn't just him. So nothing he's brought up so far in this has really like contradicted anything, to be honest. Like the lies that they've said, they've admitted to those at this point. But anything other than that, like nothing his points he's trying to make, like it doesn't negate the first point. They kind of the things that he's saying kind of go hand in hand. Is my point. Frequently, according to Erik, the abuse left welts and bruises on Erik's butt, thighs, and upper back. Erik conceded during cross-examination that no witnesses ever observed any of these assaults or injuries, even though Jose encouraged Erik to participate in swimming, tennis, and other sports where he was frequently around coaches, parents, and other children. Well, don't you think he would be smart enough not to call attention to certain areas if his son is, swimming or whatever? Don't you think he would do it under a bathing suit or, in covered areas? That's how they get away with it for so long. They know how to cover their tracks. Erik's cousin, Brian Anderson, lived with the Menendez family in the summer of 1977 when Erik was 6 years old. Brian testified that he witnessed Jose intimidate Erik and Lyle with his belt by snapping it in front of them and taking it off and placing it on the counter. He also frequently saw Jose take Erik and Lyle, sometimes individually, sometimes together, into their room and shut the door, and then heard Jose striking them with the belt. According to Brian, the physical punishment occurred weekly. Brian also witnessed welts and bruises. Eric and Lyle's cousin, Joan Vandermolen. Joan is the aunt. Joan did not live there. It was Diane Vandermolen. Diane Vandermolen lived with the Menendez family during the summer of 1976 and again in 1979. She testified that she saw Jose try to toughen Eric up in the pool during swimming lessons by holding him underwater and tying his feet together so he would learn to keep his feet together while swimming. Sometimes Jose would also drag Eric to the bottom of the swimming pool. God, that's awful. Eric and Lyle similarly testified that their mother, Kitty, also physically abused them. According to Eric, his mother used to lock him in a closet, sometimes overnight, slap and hit him, get drunk and hit him in a rage, and occasionally squeeze his testicles. Cousin Joan also Diane observed Kitty also have dramatic rages with Eric in 1978. She would clench her fists. Kitty would clench her fists and teeth and yell, "I wish you were never born." Sometimes Diane testified that Kitty would slap Eric upside the head during these rages. I'm sorry, where is it that they're lying then? Because you're backing up the brothers' claims by these specific things. So I'm so confused. Eric and Lyle feel tremendous pressure and realize they cannot live up to their father's expectations. Assuming the most favorable interpretation of the evidence for the inmates, Eric and Lyle were arguably subjected to extensive physical and emotional abuse growing up. The evidence is clear that Jose and Kitty were extremely demanding and controlling, and that Eric and Lyle felt extreme pressure and believed that they were living under highly stressful and demanding conditions. According to Lyle, his father just didn't believe in praise. Describing his father's relationship with him, Lyle said the father had his own dreams and he wanted me to achieve those. And because I was the most important thing in his life, what I did was serious. Lyle felt tremendous pressure to live up to his father's expectations, but felt that he could never meet them. Despite his feelings of inadequacy, Lyle yearned to please his father. Similarly, Eric felt intense pressure from both his father and his mother to succeed, and he also believed that those expectations were too high. As Eric testified, I wanted to be a success. I wanted to be a success in his eyes. It was one of the most important things in my life. As Lyle reached adulthood, he realized that he would neither live up to his father's expectations nor duplicate his father's success. He noted, I felt that I really was inadequate to do what my father was doing, and it was making me nervous as I was sort of getting older. Lyle stated, just from working with my dad, business failing so miserably, and really in tennis not ever reaching the levels that we had set for me. In school, I felt completely inadequate. I wasn't anywhere near as smart as the kids at Princeton, and I could not do their work. I just really felt like I was way, way below what my dad could do. He did things sort of by magic, and I struggled at the slightest thing. Like Lyle, Eric also believed that he could never achieve his father's success on his own. As he admitted, I didn't lack the drive, but I was not even comparable in intelligence, and I had a very different personality than my father. So far, uh, I believe that they've been abused, and what you've just told me corroborates that. This isn't a great argument for the people. All right, Eric and Lyle commit residential burglaries, and Jose realizes that his sons will not live up to his expectations. Really, that's the title of this section. Okay. These pressures control intense expectations and demands, and the realization that they could never achieve their father's success on their own came to a head in 1989. In the fall of 1987, Lyle enrolled in Princeton University where he played on the tennis team. To Jose, Lyle's enrollment was an important and crucial step for his son's success in life. As Carlos Peralt testified, Jose looked at his own experiences and felt that it had been harder for him to get to where he was because of the fact that he was not a graduate of an Ivy League school, and he saw other people who were graduates who were not as capable as he, who who had it much easier than he had. Jose felt that Princeton offered the background and life that would permit Lyle to be very successful in terms of contact and influences in general. But in contrast to his father's expectations, Lyle was not succeeding at Princeton. He received poor grades and was placed on a 1 year academic probation for failing a class. He was also placed on disciplinary probation for property damage. Lyle was eventually suspended for a year from Princeton for cheating. By July of 1988, Jose's frustrations with his children increased when both Erik and Lyle were arrested for committing felonious residential burglaries. During one of those burglaries, Erik opened a safe and stole jewelry. During another, Erik and Lyle stole a safe, fine china, silver, jewelry, a solar flex machine, and cash. In September of 1988, Erik and Lyle were turned in for these crimes, and their father had to accompany them to the sheriff's station and return the property with a U-Haul truck. He also had to pay restitution to the victims. Understandably, Jose was very disappointed and upset. Not surprisingly, by the summer of 1989, just 1 month before the homicides, Jose's disappointment with his son's behavior reached a tipping point. He told Carlos Peralt that he intended to disinherit his sons. He said that he wanted to disinherit them because he was very frustrated and disappointed with his kids, and that he just didn't feel that he could justify having them in the will itself. Jose told Baralt, I went to school and had to work full time at the same time I was going to school, and all I'm asking Lyle is to pass, and he's having all kinds of problems in passing and getting through school. Disappointed with his son's behavior, Jose tells Erik and Lyle he is considering removing them from his will. Importantly, Jose had personally told Erik and Lyle directly that he was disappointed with them and interested in cutting them out of the will. As stated by Erik, he told me I was disinherited. The burglaries played into it. He told me that I did them stupidly. He was pretty angry with me throughout that summer, mostly because I was ranked 70 in tennis and because he thought I was a pretty big failure. Ultimately, Jose told Erik that because of the burglaries, he was going to cut him out of the will. In fact, the burglaries were the straw that broke the camel's back because, in addition to his failures in tennis, the burglaries on top of it, I think, may have just gotten to the point where he said, "You're disappointing me. You're a failure. You're out of my will." Kitty had also told Erik that he was disinherited. In the summer of 1989, Jose told Baralt that he was going to write a will disinheriting Lyle and Erik, but that it had not been written yet. To say the least, the Menendez family relationship had disintegrated and tensions had reached a boiling point. Erik and Lyle felt pressure to find a solution to their problem, a solution that would emancipate them from their domineering parents and provide them from a financial independence that they had grown to expect. Really? Really? Okay. Erik and Lyle conspire to take the lives of their parents and carefully prepare their alibi. On Friday, August 18th, 1989, 2 days before their parents' lives were taken, Erik and Lyle drove 128 miles from Beverly Hills to San Diego to purchase firearms. Arriving between 8 and 8 p.m. at a Big Five sporting goods store in San Diego, they purchased two 18.5-inch barrel pump action Mossberg 500 series shotguns with a 6-shot capacity. Rather than purchase the firearms under their own names, Erik pretended to be Donovan Goudreau, Lyle's former roommate at Princeton. Erik signed the required firearm transaction documents as Donovan provided Donovan's California driver's license that Lyle had obtained from Donovan when at Princeton and gave a non existent San Diego address. Next day, on Saturday, August 19th, Erik and Lyle purchased additional and more lethal buckshot ammunition for their shotguns. Based on their inquiry to the shopkeeper, this buckshot was more effective at stopping burglars than the birdshot ammunition that they had purchased in San Diego. They also sought to practice using their newly purchased firearms at a firing range, but were unable to find one that allowed shotguns. On Sunday, the afternoon of the day of the homicides, just hours before the homicides, Lyle called his friend Perry Berman to set up an alibi, please. He can't make plans for the night, like it can't just be somebody making plans to see a friend at night. Seriously? Like Perry Berman called him that day and he was out and his dad took the message. After exchanging messages, Perry eventually spoke with Lyle at approximately 5 to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Lyle asked Perry whether he wanted to get together with him and Erik that evening. Lyle said that he and his brother were going to see the movie Batman, but that they could get together with Perry at the Taste of LA festival after the movie got out around 9 to 9:30. I don't think they told him that they were going to go see Batman because Batman was the reason they chose Batman was because they had already seen that movie and that's why they were trying to get tickets to it after the fact, like way after it had already started. So I don't think that's true either. I mean, there's so many inconsistencies in here that it's impossible to like pinpoint every single one without stopping every sentence. Not by coincidence, this pre-planned movie and meeting at the Taste of LA just happened to align with the time Erik and Lyle eventually took their parents' lives and as discussed below, would serve as their alibi during their initial questioning by the police. Erik and Lyle take the lives of their mother and father. On the evening of Sunday, August 20th, 1989, Jose and Kitty settled down in the den of their Beverly Hills home to watch television together. They were standing when it happened. So that's a lie. They weren't sitting down watching television together. They weren't settled down in the den. They were standing, discussing the conversation that was going on and what had just taken place, which was Jose uh, severely threatened both of the boys, threatened to take their lives, and the mother had, well, basically, I mean, the parents knew that the both brothers knew about what was going on, and the family secret was out. So that was the conversation right beforehand. The parents weren't settled down; they were standing up when the boys came in with the shotguns, and that was testified to at trial. I can't remember who testified to it, but somebody did. So all right, at around 10:20 p.m., Lyle and Erik, armed with their buckshot loaded shotguns, burst through the doors of the den and immediately began shooting their defenseless and unarmed parents. Erik and Lyle unloaded their shotguns at their parents. Lyle shot his father at close range in the back of the head. Then, when Erik and Lyle heard their mother moaning in pain on the ground, they realized she was still alive and ran outside to their car to get more ammunition and reload. Erik grabbed more ammunition from his car and handed it to Lyle. Lyle grabbed the ammunition, immediately reloaded his shotgun, and returned to the den to finish his mother off by shooting her at point blank range in the face as she lay defenseless on the floor. Together, Erik and Lyle fired 13 to 15 rounds at their defenseless parents, including rounds at their kneecaps after they were dead. Even though at trial both Erik and Lyle testified that they believed they needed to defend themselves from their parents, whom they believed were armed with rifles, there were no firearms inside the den when Erik and Lyle burst in. to ambush their parents and shot them to death. Um, they had firearms in the home. They didn't know that the parents didn't have them in their hands at the moment. They could have gotten them at any time. There were guns in the parents' closet. The type of shotgun blasts through the back of Jose's head, to Kitty's face at point blank range, and through the kneecaps, which is a total lie, was done to give the appearance of a mafia gangland hit. Okay. Eric and Lyle immediately disposed of the evidence of their crime. While their parents lay dead on the den floor, Eric and Lyle began extensive efforts to cover up their connection to the homicides, concerned that they might be connected to the homicides through fingerprints left on the expended shotgun shells. The brothers picked up each of the shells. They then disposed of those shells, along with their clothes, in a dumpster at a gas station. They also got rid of the weapons down a steep hill off of Mulholland Drive. Eric and Lyle tried to follow through with their pre-planned fabricated alibi. Having completed the homicides, Eric and Lyle then followed through with their pre-planned fabricated alibi by driving to the theater to buy tickets to see the movie Batman. However, they arrived after the movie had started, forcing them to buy tickets to a later showtime. Don't you think they should have like gone there ahead of time and bought that? Like you could have easily done that. You could always buy tickets ahead of time if that's what their alibi was. This makes no sense. This argument makes no sense, Nathan Hawkman. Eric learned that the movie tickets were time-stamped with the movie's start time, which was after the time of the homicide, so he ripped up the tickets and threw them away. Eric and Lyle then drove to the Taste of LA event to meet Perry Berman as they had planned, but arrived too late and he was already gone. At approximately 11 p.m., still desperately trying to follow through with their planned alibi, Lyle called Perry and said that they had gotten lost on the way to the festival and it had closed by the time that they arrived. Lyle asked Perry to meet him and Eric at the Cheesecake Factory in Beverly Hills instead. Perry was reluctant because it was so late, but agreed because Lyle was insistent. Eric admitted at trial that Lyle contacted Perry Berman simply to fabricate an alibi, stating that they wanted to try to have some place where they could say that they were when the police asked us. But that, again, that wasn't until after the crime. Perry Berman and him already had plans, so it wasn't until after the crime where he was like, "We really got to meet up with Perry because we had plans with Perry." Like this whole alibi thing doesn't make sense because they never even saw Perry. You know what I'm saying? All of it just doesn't make sense for the brothers. Lyle expected that from the restaurant he could get Perry to come back to the house. Eric and Lyle's first version lie as an emotional staged 911 call and initial lies to responding officers in the mafia hoax. After returning home at 11:47 p.m., Lyle made a staged call to 911 and created a false police report. Crying, Lyle exclaimed, "Someone took my parents' lives," and he had not admitted that he and his brother were the shooters. He did not admit that they planned the homicides and purchased the shotguns and ammunition ahead of time. Instead, he told the 911 operator that they had not heard anything unusual, but had just come home and discovered that his parents had been shot to death. During this deceitful 911 call, Lyle cried dramatically while Eric could be heard in the background screaming. Continuing the charade, when the police arrived, Eric and Lyle ran out of the house to meet the police while screaming and crying. Officer Angel stayed with Eric and Lyle for about an hour while other officers entered and reached the home. I really do genuinely feel that at that moment they were feeling like genuine emotion because it hadn't even hit them yet that what they did. I think. I think they just went into like, okay, here's what we're gonna do mode and not like, holy shit, like, let's just process this for a second. So I really do believe that their emotions were legit that night and they were screaming and upset legitimately. Anywho, Officer Angel stayed with Eric and Lyle for about an hour while the other officers entered and searched the home. Lyle constantly restrained Eric as Eric showcased his theatrical skills by attempting to run towards the house, shouting and crying, "I'm gonna kill him, I'm gonna torture him, and who would do this?" Lyle began pushing the false narrative that his father's business associates may have taken his parents' lives, calmly telling Officer Angel that his father's business associates were seedy and bothered his father constantly. I think that was just like in passing conversation. It wasn't even like a, I don't know. I don't remember the exact contents, but context really matters in these things. You can't just take a defendant's word without the context and not, consider what they were talking about. Even though Eric seemed hysterical, when he spoke with Lyle, he would speak in hushed whispers and in a controlled state. Eventually, Officer Angel told Eric and Lyle that they would drive them to the police station for an interview. Once they arrived, they were no longer hysterical and appeared to be scared, and they were in the police station. At the Beverly Hills Police Station, detectives from the Beverly Hills Police Department interviewed both Eric and Lyle. During these interviews, Eric and Lyle continued to tell the same lie. They were not home when their parents' lives were taken. Well, I mean, yeah, they admitted to all these lies that they actually were, that they did do it. Now they've admitted. During the first interview, Lyle again suggested, this time to detectives, that the homicides were somehow related to Jose's business, stating that the homicides were possibly business related. Again, I think it's based on the questions that people asked of them, not necessarily that it was just volunteered. Oh, yeah, it's probably someone my dad worked with. No, it wasn't like that. It was, do you think somebody your dad, cops ask, well, who did your dad work with? Did he have any enemies? Could it have been anybody he worked with? Anybody that he knew? It came out in like the natural progression of questioning them. But let's move on. In September 1989, Beverly Hills Police Department detectives interviewed Eric and Lyle for a second time. Again, both Eric and Lyle reiterated the same lie. This time, however, they provided even more details. Eric gave detectives their fabricated pre planned alibi during the homicides. They were out of the home watching the Batman movie and then went to the Taste of LA event to meet Perry Berman before returning home to discover their parents' bodies and promptly calling 911. To bolster their business associate theory, Eric told detectives that his mom was real nervous recently and had bought a gun. Like his brother, Lyle similarly stuck to their story. In the ensuing months, Eric and Lyle remained out of custody and away from police suspicion. During this time, they continued to tell the same lie to law enforcement, family, friends, and even the media. Just a day after the homicides, Eric told Randolph Wright, a family friend, that the homicides were possibly a mafia homicide. I don't remember that. We just read his, or not just, but we did read through his. I don't remember that coming out either. Excuse me. Sorry. Within a few days of the homicides, Lyle hired Richard Wenskoski to provide security services. Wenskoski provided 24-hour, around-the-clock protection while Lyle was on the East Coast. Lyle told Wenskoski, that was the bodyguard, if you don't remember, um, when Lyle told Wenskoski that either the Colombian cartel or the mafia were responsible for the homicides. He was also impeached very, very badly um, on the stand by Lyle's defense attorneys. He didn't seem very credible. Lyle also told his girlfriend, Jamie Pisarcik, that the homicides must have been mob related. Again, Jamie never said that until the second trial on the stand. It was not disclosed in interviews, or supposedly it was to the prosecution, but the prosecution says she didn't remember that it was anything different that she heard, and so she didn't disclose it, and she didn't disclose her notes, she destroyed them, and blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, it's a lie. Lyle again hired bodyguards to protect him during the fall 1989 semester at Princeton University. Eric similarly told people in late September or early October that the homicides were business related and involved a man named Noel Bloom. He also told his uncle, Brian Anderson, that he and Lyle had been contacted by the mafia and that they were told to be very careful. It was clear that from the moment Eric and Lyle first contacted the police, both brothers continued to perpetrate the mafia hoax while they were still free from suspicion and custody. In fact, as noted by the Ninth Circuit, the gory scene of the slaughter of Jose and Kitty Menendez is consistent with the notion that the homicides were carried out with a false mafia story already in mind. It appears from the record that the shotgun overkill administered by Eric and Lyle was designed to stimulate a gangland hit in order to enable the brothers to deceive the police and to destroy and to point them in the wrong direction. But mafia hitmen don't use shotguns usually, and if they do, they don't, riddle their person with bullets. It's usually, two to the head, one to the heart. I don't know, right? They quick and get out. They wouldn't be making it so messy. Concerns about the will. Eric and Lyle display their true intentions. On Monday, August 21st, 1989, less than 24 hours after the homicides and while the police were trying to solve the crime, Eric and Lyle were already focused on taking control of their deceased parents' estate. That Carlos Beralt told them to do. Their uncle was involved in all of this, telling them, you need to make sure that we have the will and the estate and we got to get the safe. And their uncle was already in the process of, getting things moving. It wasn't Eric and Lyle solely. But, anyways, so Eric and Lyle were already focused on taking control of their deceased parents' estate, according to Hockman. As previously discussed, Eric and Lyle had reason to fear that Jose might have written a new will, one that would leave them nothing. On Monday, Clara Wright, a friend of the Menendez family, unaware of the homicides, drove to the Menendez home. Bullshit, she knew. I think she heard about it and drove over there to be nosy. Her son played tennis in many of the same tournaments as Eric. When she arrived at the Menendez home in August 21st, 1989, she saw Lyle and Eric in front of the house, which appeared to have considerable police activity. At that time, Eric did not seem overly concerned about the homicides. Instead, Eric approached Clara and immediately said, "I'm so glad you're here. We need to speak to your husband." Clara's husband was an attorney. Eric told Clara that he was trying to get a hold of her husband or that he wanted to get a hold of her husband. Clara invited Eric and Lyle to come over to her house later that day so that they could speak with her husband. Later that day, when Eric and Lyle arrived at the Wrights' house, Eric made his true intentions clear. Eric asked Clara if they had knowledge about computers. Eric told her he was just very concerned about having a will in the computer and just wanted to make sure that there wasn't one in there, that he already checked and he couldn't find nothing. That maybe if somebody was good at it, they could go into different compartments to make sure that there was no will in there. She really knows, like she knows computer, or sounds like she knows computers. Go into the different compartments and see if there's a will in there. When her husband Randy arrived, the conversation again focused on whether there was a will on the computer. This time, however, the conversation turned to the possibility that there were two outstanding wills. Randy asked Eric and Lyle if they knew of a will, and both defendants said that yes, they were sure that there's a will. Eric and Lyle were focused on the legality of a certain type of will. They asked, "Is it legal to write a will in a computer?" Randy replied he did not know. They pressed further, stating they have to locate the wills. There may be two of them, that possibly he, Jose, was writing a new will. At some point, Randy asked whether his father had a safe. According to Randy's wife, Clara, my husband asked them, is it possible that the will would be in a safe? They said, well, yes, it's possible. One of them suggested that they could bring the safe over. They got up and left, and then they went to get the safe. Later that evening, still less than 24 hours after they had taken the parents' lives, Lyle and Erik returned to the Wright house with the safe. Randy informed them that they can't open the safe until the proper relatives come because it's not legal. He didn't let them open the safe. Randy asked them to put it in the bedroom where Erik was going to sleep. We offered for both of them to sleep there if we didn't want them to go back to the house. We offered for them to sleep there if they wanted. Erik took them up on their offer and slept in the house with the safe for 2 or 3 nights. However, he did leave after the safe opening. The locksmith picked up the safe and they put it in our garage because my husband did not want to be present, and I certainly didn't want to be present at the opening of the safe. We thought it was a family matter, and they opened it with closed doors. And then they came out and they said nothing was in the safe. Carlos Baralt, Jose's brother-in-law, closest confidant, and executor of the will, was present when the safe was opened. Subsequently, Baralt went with Lyle to the bank where Jose and Kitty had a safe deposit box to search for a will. As the executor of the will, Carlos asked to be present when the safety deposit box was opened. Lyle, however, did not want him present, stating that he wanted to go inside first and see if there were any documents that could be embarrassing to the family. He probably, what if there were like mm, gay pornographic things that might have, shown Jose in a bad light, perhaps, or nude photos of the boys, because we know Kitty had them. Maybe they were trying to protect their family. But anyways, no will was found in the safety deposit box. Continued concerns about the will, trying to erase evidence of an alternate will. On August 22nd, 1989, Lyle was still previously focused on who would inherit his parents' large estate. Lyle called Jose's secretary and asked what would happen if they didn't find the will. Within a week after the homicides, Menendez family members discovered 3 files on Jose's computer titled Will, Erik, and Lyle. These files, however, could not be opened or recovered. After hearing about this from his family, Lyle flew back to Los Angeles from New Jersey to delete the files before his family could open them. On August 31st, 1989, Lyle called Howard Whitkins, a computer expert, and asked him to come to the Menendez house. When Whitkins arrived that day, Lyle told him that he had a series of files that he desperately needed to recover and that they had been erased or damaged and he needed those files. And could I please try to find them on the computer for him? The files had the names Lyle, Erik, Will, and Menendez. Whitkins found files with the names Menendez, Will, Erik, and Lyle. However, these files had already been written over, and Whitkins was unable to recover any useful or meaningful data for him. Lyle responded that was very good because, in fact, he didn't want to recover the information. He wanted to make sure that the information was not, in fact, there and couldn't be recovered even by someone who was actively trying to recover the information. As Whitkins testified, I told him I'd been unable to recover it, and then he asked could I erase it to make sure that even if I hadn't been good enough at recovering it, maybe someone else could. Was there a way I could erase the information to guarantee that it could not be recovered? Upon Lyle's request, Whitkins permanently erased the hard drive. The same day, August 31st, 1989, Carlos Menendez, Jose's brother, called Edward Heyman, a different computer specialist, to search the computer. Heyman drove from San Diego to the Menendez house in Beverly Hills, where he was met by Erik and Erik's friend Craig Signorelli. However, Heyman was too late. He arrived after Whitkin had already permanently erased the files. Heyman searched the computer and was of the opinion it looks like another program was used to clean the hard disk, and as a result, there was nothing I could do to retrieve any files and may have been there if they were in fact any. Lyle had already had Whitkins delete any possible version of a new will. Later that day, Erik admitted to his friend Craig Signorelli and Lyle that Lyle had had someone come up and erase a family will, or had a computer expert come up and erase the family will, and then he knew that it's not professionally done that. There's still access inside the computer, and that's why he was having the guy come up and try to find it. Erik explained that the original will that this expert was looking for, was supposed to be the one that his father was retyping. The old will, he said, left all the money to the kids, and that the new will that he thought Lyle had erased was supposed to leave some money to the company, some money to the kids, and some money to someone else. Who? Spending spree. Whoops. Sorry about that. Spending spree. Erik and Lyle enjoy the fruits of their crimes. After taking their parents' lives, Lyle and Erik went on a spending spree with their deceased parents' money and life insurance proceeds. Among other things, Lyle bought 3 Rolex watches, a Porsche, expensive clothes, a condominium, and a restaurant. Erik likewise engaged in lavish consumption, purchasing a Rolex watch and a Jeep, and hiring an expensive tennis coach for private lessons. Erik confesses to Craig Signorelli. A day or two after the computer experts searched the family computer for files associated with a will, Erik confessed to taking the lives of his parents to his best friend, Craig. While walking in the foyer of the Beverly Hills house, Erik asked Craig, "Do you want to know how it happened?" Craig spoke with the police approximately 3 months after the homicide. Initially, Craig was hesitant to tell the police what he knew. Police told Craig that if he had information, it could be relayed confidentially without revealing the source. Craig inquired about whether he could get witness protection. When he was told he could, he relayed this information to police. After Craig replied, yes, Erik admitted that he was coming home from a movie and that he was going inside to get a fake ID to go out to the bars, and he went back outside and his brother was standing there with 2 shotguns and said, "Let's do it." Erik then stated that as they walked towards the den, Lyle put his shoulder against the door, and Erik looked in, saw his parents sitting on the couch, and Lyle swung open the door and shot his father and looked at Erik and said, shoot mom." Erik said he shot his mom while she was standing and yelling. Craig, oh, sorry. Erik never told Craig that he or Erik was acting in self-defense. He also never mentioned anything about him or Lyle being abused by their parents. Again, it's slow progression. You start to reveal these things, and over time you don't just put it all out there at once. Erik and Lyle retain the lawyer and psychiatrist who previously defended them in their Calabasas burglaries. As previously discussed, Erik was arrested and charged with the 2 Calabasas residential burglaries in 1988. As a result, both brothers retained a criminal attorney, Gerald Shaliff, to assist them regarding the burglaries. Formal charges were filed against Erik in juvenile court, but Lyle was never charged. In pursuing court diversion, Shaliff suggested that Erik find a psychologist to assist with the defense. The family engaged Dr. Jerome Jerry. That was Jerome, not Jer. it's not Jeremy, it's Jerome Oziel, Dr. Jerome Oziel, to assist. And Dr. Oziel conducted therapy with Erik. Sorry, Oziel conducted therapy with Erik and prepared a report for the court. As a result, Erik received diversion for 1 year and the eventual dismissal of all charges. So it was for the robberies. Together, Shaliff and Dr. Oziel were able to help Erik get a very favorable resolution of his burglary case. Erik and Lyle again used Shaliff to advise them during the homicide investigation. The day after the homicides, on August 21st, 1989, Shaliff advised the police that he would be acting on Erik and Lyle's behalf as legal counsel. Additionally, Erik and Lyle resumed therapy with Dr. Oziel during September, October, and November 1989. Shaliff was unaware that Erik and Lyle were meeting with Dr. Oziel until December of 1989. During those initial sessions, neither Erik nor Lyle confessed to their roles in the homicide to Dr. Oziel. Erik confesses eventually to Dr. Oziel. Eventually, Erik could not hold in the truth any longer. According to Erik, he saw Dr. Oziel on October 31st, 1989, because I was afraid I was going to harm myself. Erik was having nightmares about taking his own life and was having difficulty being around his family without being able to tell them what he had done. Erik came to the following realization. I just decided that I needed to tell somebody, and I decided to tell Dr. Oziel right then. Ultimately, Erik wanted to tell Dr. Oziel because I really wanted him at that point to tell me that I wasn't a bad person and to tell me I wasn't this horrible, terrible person that I was thinking I was. And he couldn't do that unless he knew that I took my parents' lives. On October 31st, 1989, Erik confessed to taking his parents' lives to Dr. Oziel. According to Dr. Oziel, Erik said he decided to take his parents' lives when he was watching the BBC television show or movie that had to do with the theme of the person in the film taking their father's life. Although disputed by Erik and Lyle at trial, the people's theory was that the BBC stood for the Billionaire Boys Club, a notorious group of young men who started an investment club, which was, in reality, a Ponzi scheme. One of the young men eventually took the life of his father to take over his fortune. At that point, Erik called Lyle into the room and told him about the theme of the movie. The two then discussed what it would be like if they took their parents' lives and how it would be if the person who was a dominating force and a negative force, a very controlling person in their life wasn't there anymore. According to Dr. Oziel, Erik said that his father had just been completely dominating and controlling, was impossible to please, had perfectionist standards, and he was controlling a lot of different aspects of Erik and Lyle's life in a very extreme way, and also that uh, he had been very controlling and very damaging to the mother, that she was also miserable. Well, we know that. Erik admitted to Dr. Oziel that these were the reasons that they took their father's life. With respect to their mother, Kitty, Erik told Dr. Oziel that her life was taken because she was victimized as well. She wanted to take her own life, and they couldn't find a way to accomplish the end of taking their father's life without their mother. According to Dr. Oziel, Erik gave the following three reasons why they took their mother's life. The mother would have been a witness, number one, and would have reported them. Number two, they didn't believe that the mother could have survived emotionally anyway without the father. And three, they thought the mother was so miserable that it was sort of like a euthanasia situation. All of that was Dr. Oziel's suggestion. Dr. Oziel testified that Erik wanted to commit the homicides quickly before he lost the emotional ability to commit the act. According to what Erik told Dr. Oziel, Lyle, however, wanted to take some time to plan it out more effectively to make sure it was as perfect as could be. According to Erik, this discussion of planning the homicides took place about a week before the crime. Erik continued telling Dr. Oziel that as they were shooting their parents, Jose said, "No, no," and turned away as he was shot. Kitty began to stand, was shot, and then fell to the floor. She was already standing. She was already standing, which is why she had the blood on her feet. Erik said that his father died first, but the mother survived. They had to go to the car and reload, and then Lyle returned and finished her off. Erik then recounted the details about why they cleaned up the crime scene, discarded the guns and their clothing, and tried to follow through with their pre planned alibi. Lyle also confesses. Dr. Oziel invites Lyle to the therapy session with Erik. Because Lyle did not know that Erik had confessed, Dr. Oziel was worried that Lyle would do was worried what Lyle would do when he learned that Erik had confessed. Dr. Oziel therefore called Lyle and asked him to come to the office. Actually, he had Erik call him, I believe, didn't he? And say, "Erik, or I'm here with Erik and you need to come ASAP." When Lyle arrived, Dr. Oziel told him about the confession, and Lyle became angry, yelling at Erik, "I can't believe you did this. I can't believe you told him. I don't even have a brother now." Erik pleaded with Lyle, telling him that he needed to confess to somebody, and he knew if he had told Lyle about it ahead of time that Lyle would have said no. During this session, Lyle was extremely upset, threatening, and menacing. Dr. Oziel took Lyle's demeanor and comments as a threat to his life. This interpretation turned out to be accurate because, according to Dr. Oziel, Lyle told him during a later conversation on November 2nd, "You should have felt threatened because immediately after the session, Lyle and Erik had sat in Erik's new Jeep, and the first statement that Lyle had made to Erik was that they said, 'What now? How do we take Oziel's life?'" I don't believe that's true either. Dr. Oziel explained, sorry. Dr. Oziel explained to Erik and Lyle that their sessions were confidential unless they were threatening him or posing a danger to someone. On November 2nd, 1989, Erik and Lyle both returned to Dr. Oziel's office. Dr. Oziel, fearing for his safety, explained that Erik had no choice but to confess, but that it might have some benefit because he was a therapist and might be able to help them if they were ever brought to a trial. He further explained that he could put together some of the factors that had been going on in the family, that specifically the hatred and the emotional abuse that they had had with respect to the relationship with the father in particular that could have led to the homicide taking place. Despite the assurance that disclosures would possibly help them with their defense, neither Erik nor Lyle told Oziel that their parents had posed any threat to them whatsoever, nor did they tell him about being essayed by their father. To protect himself, Dr. Oziel explained that he felt threatened by Erik and Lyle and that he was taping his notes from the sessions and that he had put them in a safe to be released if he were ever harmed. Shaliff negotiates a further therapy session to assist Erik and Lyle with a potential defense. In early December, Erik and Lyle told Dr. Oziel to contact their attorney, Shaliff. Shaliff and Dr. Oziel met on December 8, 1989, and Dr. Oziel told Shaliff that he planned to continue his therapy with Erik and Lyle. Shaliff decided that continuing therapy could be helpful because if there was a trial, this might be good for the penalty phase if there was ever one. Shaliff told Eric and Lyle that meeting with Dr. Oziel could possibly help them at a future trial, and he met with them on December 11th, 1989, at Dr. Oziel's office and authorized the therapy session. Eric and Lyle Menendez confess to Dr. Oziel on audio tape, but again never mention abuse or self defense. Dr. Oziel audio taped the December 11th, 1989 therapy session. A transcript of the recording of the session is attached and is Exhibit 9. Quotations below are taken directly from this transcript. Eric and Lyle disclosed on tape their relationship with their parents and the emotional problems they were having. They discussed how their father was controlling and their mother, who had attempted to take their own life, was unhappy. They discussed the homicides openly, including their thoughts and plans leading up to them. In particular, they discussed the pressures they felt as the children of Jose Menendez. Eric stated, and we thought that whether we became the senator or whether we made hundreds of millions of dollars, it would all be because my father was this incredible man and we were just too pushed. Oziel says, uh-huh. Eric says, and the pressures, and there was no question we felt that. Regarding why they took their mother's life, Eric and Lyle admitted. Eric says, well, w- we were doing almost, in my mom's case, something that first of all there was no way, never, she could live without my father. Oziel says, uh-huh. Eric says it was. Lyle says that was something that we had to really, it was a big thing holding us back. From taking my father's life was that we thought uh that we would just take my dad and eliminate the problem. They then discussed Jose's affair and how it caused Kitty to become uh the she it led her to have suicidal oh man, I just said the word, to have those ideations about taking her own life. Turning again to why they took their father's life, Lyle said it was because of what Jose was doing to himself and to his mother, stating, Lyle says, and for my mother's sake, I thought that we did it. We had to come, like I was saying before, we had to make a decision. It was one of the harder ones and it was a separate issue. Here's the reason. My father should be his life should be taken. There's no question. What he's doing is he's impossible to live with for myself and for what he's doing to my mother. Lyle reiterated that the primary motive for the homicide had nothing to do with anything Jose had done to harm or threaten to harm Eric or Lyle, as Lyle stated on tape. Lyle says, but I still don't think it had anything to do with him, with taking his life, it had nothing to do with us. It had to do with me realizing a number of things that all culminated, which was and we and could have culminated at any point. And it was just a question of Eric and I getting together and somebody bringing it up and us realizing the value in it. Eric similarly stressed that the primary motivating factor for taking their father's life was the way that he treated their mother. Eric says, he was somebody that I loved and almost had no choice to do what I did, and I hate myself for doing it. And I understand why it was done, and having to listen to the fights, and somebody would be yelling and screaming. It was always taking place downstairs, and the finding blood on the and it's more difficult because of my mother, because I realized that an amazing tragedy of her life was compared to what it could have been because of my father. And I hate him for that. And I love him. And it's something that way beyond control. Eventually, it had to happen. It was basically ruining my life, and I guess Lyle's, and he was putting my mother through torture. Finally, Eric and Lyle told Dr. Oziel how they carefully conspired and premeditated the homicide, stating, Lyle says, there was no way I was going to make a decision to take my mother's life without Eric's consent. I didn't even want to influence him in that issue. I just let him sleep on it for a couple of days. Cause I'm in very good position to influence Eric in a lot of things because he knows that I care in a number of issues that I can talk eloquently or whatever but when it came to that issue, I wanted nothing to do with it. It had to be his own personal issue if he felt the same way I did about taking mom. Most importantly, at no point during any of Eric and Lyle's discussions with Dr. Oziel after the homicides did either of them ever disclose that their parents wanted to take their lives or had essayed them. Those allegations did not come until much later when they were pending trial and preparing for their defense. In late February or early March of 1990, when Lyle was on the flight to Los Angeles with his friend Hayden Rogers and Glenn Stevens, Lyle called the restaurant that he had bought and was informed that the Beverly Hills Police Department had had look had been looking for him. After the call, Lyle gave about $1,400 to Hayden and $1,200 to Glenn and said, when we get into California, if anything should happen to me, you get Gerald Shaliff because he knows everything and tell him what happened if something was to happen. Lyle gave Sheliff's business card to Glenn and said that he had been going to a psychologist, Jerome Oziel, and that Dr. Oziel had made some tapes of discussions between himself and the doctor. And if the police get their hands on those tapes, I'm effed. Lyle and Eric are arrested. At the time of Eric and Lyle's sessions, Dr. Oziel was having an affair with a woman named Judalyn Smith. Smith knew about the confessions. After their relationship ended, Smith went to the police and disclosed the confessions. Smith also told the police about the existence of the taped session. On March 8, 1980, almost 6 months after the homicides, the Beverly Hills Police Department executed a search warrant at Dr. Oziel's home and eventually recovered the tape. Eric and Lyle were arrested and charged with taking the life of their parents. Once arrested, Eric and Lyle began fabricating a new defense. Prior to their arrest, both Eric and Lyle were completely untruthful. They lied to the police, their family, and friends to convince them that they were not involved in the homicides. According to Eric, they lied to avoid punishment and responsibility. At trial, Eric admitted that after he had experienced jail and before he testified, his motive to avoid punishment was even greater than when he had first lied to the police. Regarding his motive to lie, he testified, I don't want to be in prison anymore. It's a bad place and I don't want to spend the rest of my life in jail. Eric also admitted that he was capable of lying under oath. Once arrested, Eric and Lyle knew that they had confessed to Dr. Oziel and they could no longer say that they did not take their parents' lives. When asked whether he knew the prosecutor had a case against him after he was arrested, Eric testified, I knew that I was responsible and I was arrested, clearly. Eric and Lyle had 3 years in jail before their first trial to think about the various reasons they could present to justify taking both their mother and their father's lives. During those 3 years, Eric learned about the difference between manslaughter and the M word. At trial, Eric admitted that his goal was to get a manslaughter conviction because it's the only way I can go home. Accordingly, once they arrived in jail, Eric and Lyle began searching for a new story to explain why they took their parents' lives. Don't you think it's probably, their defense team going, we gotta either, these are your choices, manslaughter or the M word, the other M word, and our best case scenario is to get manslaughter. Obviously, like he's been informed by his attorneys. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like he's just coming up with this stuff on his own and trying to like beat the system. It's almost like that's what they're trying to imply here. Accordingly, once they arrived in jail, Eric and Lyle began searching for a new story to explain. Okay. Lyle asked his girlfriend to research cases where children got off for taking their parents' lives. During the summer of 1990, Lyle's girlfriend, Jamie Pisarcik, visited him in county jail. Before he ever publicly claimed that he had been essayed by his parents, Lyle asked Jamie to look up court cases and obtain copies of them for him. Specifically, he wanted her to find cases where children had gotten off after taking their parents' lives. These cases were where children had taken their parents' lives and gotten off, and they had been essayed. While in jail, Eric told his defense hired psychiatrist, Dr. William Vickery, that he was essayed both by a babysitter and his father. In June of 1990, the defense retained Dr. William Vickery, an expert. He testified at trial one. I think he might testify in trial two, too. Not sure. In June of 1990, the defense retained Dr. William Vickery, an expert psychiatrist, to assist the psychiatric issues related to the defense. For the next year and a half, while awaiting trial, Dr. Vickery met with Eric on a weekly basis. Dr. Vickery made detailed contemporaneous notes of these meetings. In 1990, Eric told Dr. Vickery that he had been AR'd by his babysitter when he was 5 years old. This was the first and only time that Eric ever alleged that he was essayed by someone other than his father. He never raised this issue at trial, and Dr. Vickery deleted the statements from his notes. Thus, the prosecutors at the first trial did not know about it and could not cross examine Eric regarding this allegation. In approximately August of 1990, Eric told Dr. Vickery that he had been essayed by his father. According to Dr. Vickery, Eric volunteered this information on his own without being prompted or asked any specific questions. Dr. Vickery was the first person whom the defense alleged Eric ever told after he was arrested that his father had essayed him. Importantly, in 1992, Eric told Dr. Vickery that victim Jose had a homosexual lover in California. 2 days before the homicide, his father's homosexual lover allegedly told Eric that Eric's mother and father were going to take his life. This purported revelation occurred 2 years after he began seeing Dr. Vickery, and 2 years after he told Dr. Vickery that he was being essayed. In a subsequent meeting, Eric admitted to Dr. Vickery that this revelation was false. Lyle asked his girlfriend to falsely testify that his father violently AR'd her. In early December of 1990, Jamie visited Lyle in jail, and Lyle asked her to testify falsely at the trial to support a fabricated defense. Lyle asked Jamie to say that his father had done what was done to the character of the movie called A Close Range, and he had asked me to lie and say that his father had done this to me. Jamie had previously seen the movie with Lyle and therefore familiar with the movie. The scene Lyle asked Jamie to falsely replicate was a violent R scene where the character playing the father threw the victim onto the bed, ripped off her clothes, pinned her down, and violently R'd her. As understood by Jamie in the movie, the father had given the girl a pill, a drug, and she was a little groggy, and the father had asked her not to see the sun anymore. And she said she wouldn't do that and because she loved this character. And then the father said, "I'm not asking you," and then he pushed her on the bed and proceeded to R her. Those vile facts were the exact facts Lyle solicited Jamie to fabricate against Jose. Moreover, Lyle offered to pay Jamie money to give this false testimony against Jose. Jamie replied, I can't believe you're asking me to do this, and it's a lie, and nothing like that has ever happened, that your father would never do that to me, nor did he. Lyle told Jamie that he was working on his defense and this was going to be a part of it. Up until December of 1990, Lyle had insisted that he had not taken his parents' lives. However, when Lyle started to ask me to do things like lie for him regarding the movie, I obviously started to question, because up until this point, I believed 100% of his innocence, and did not know that he had committed this crime. Fortunately, Jamie refused to participate in this lie. The R defense. Erik was essayed by his father, and Lyle was essayed by his mother. Well, I'm just going to get really mad at this. I just know it. Because now they're just going to flat out say that it's all lies. Such BS. In mid-December 1990, during a jail visit, Lyle, for the first time, told Jamie that he and Erik had taken his parents' lives. However, at the time, Lyle told Jamie that they took their parents' lives because Lyle told Jamie that they had taken their parents' lives because they're using the M word as though it's anything really different. Erik, that he had been molested. Erik by his father, Jose, and Lyle by his mother, Kitty. Jamie testified that Lyle held up a pre-written letter that he had the confession that he did this to his parents. It started out by him apologizing to me for having to have lied to me for such a long time, that he was very sorry that he could not have told me the truth during the 9-10 months I had come down to see him and visit. After he apologized, he did tell me the truth, that he took his parents' lives, that he said that it was because his mother had essayed him and his brother had been essayed by his father. At this juncture, Lyle did not state that he was essayed by his father. Jamie stopped reading the letter, but he did say his mother. So, like, it's like what? So just because he said one and not the other makes one less true? Is that what we're trying to say? Like, just because the absence of him saying it means it's not true? I don't think that that's true, but okay. At this juncture, Lyle did not state that he was essayed by his father. Jamie stopped reading the letter because it came to that part in the letter that it said that the mother had essayed him, and I stopped and I said, I do not believe this. And that's when he ripped the letter away and would not let me continue reading it. Well, then maybe he did continue saying that his dad did too. His dad did things to him too, and his dad was abusive, and his dad did this, and his dad did that. Maybe there was more to the letter that she didn't read because she didn't want to believe it. This is so stupid. This is such a stupid argument. Before their first trial, Erik and Lyle also told their uncle Carlos Peralt a similar story during a joint conversation in the attorney's room in county jail. Lyle told Carlos that he had been essayed by his mother. However, he did not say that he was essayed by his father, as he would later claim at trial. Erik told Carlos that he had been essayed by his father. Well, maybe, maybe the mother part was less embarrassing, less damaging, or maybe the mother part was easier to admit at first, and that's why he said it first and then, progressed. Subsequently, during his trial testimony, Lyle admitted that he showed Jamie a letter informing her that Erik had been essayed by his father and he had been essayed by his mother. Footnote here says on direct examination, Lyle agreed that the letter to Jamie told her that he had been essayed by his mother. But on cross examination, Lyle oddly disagreed with the characterization of his mother essaying him, saying, I didn't use those words with my mother. I just said what happened, and I think it was mutual. He also admitted that he did not tell Jamie that he had been. Did I read that one already? No. He also admitted that he had not told Jamie that he had been molested by his father. In an effort to explain why he didn't tell Jamie that his father essayed him, Lyle testified that he knew that Erik had talked to people about it, but I wasn't going to say what happened to me. I just didn't want to say that my dad did those things. I didn't want to say the things that he did to me. Lyle explained that he felt that portraying his father as a predator felt like a betrayal to my dad to some extent, though apparently portraying his father as a essayer of Erik was not a betrayal. Maybe it didn't feel as much of a betrayal because it wasn't him. It was distanced. It doesn't need to make sense. He's traumatized. Doesn't need to make sense to you or I. He's not thinking with a normal non-fight or flight brain at the moment. So Lyle never told Jamie that he and Erik took the parents' lives because they feared that their parents were going to take their lives. Essay claims made at trial. Eventually, Erik and Lyle had two jury trials. The first trial resulted in a hung jury, the second trial in a conviction. Both Erik and Lyle testified at the first trial, but the second trial only Erik chose to testify while Lyle chose to exercise his right to remain silent. At these does that bother him or something? Like he has every right to do that if he wants to. At these trials, and for the first time, Erik and Lyle publicly stated that they had been essayed by their parents. However, unlike what Lyle had previously told his girlfriend Jamie and his uncle Carlos Peralt, the story changed during the trial so that both Erik and Lyle were purportedly essayed by their father. As explained below, the essay allegations by both Erik and Lyle during the trial testimony, if true, the most predatory and vicious abuse, the one that one could imagine. Okay, but if true, we contend it's not. The state does. Lyle testifies that between the ages of 6 and 8, his father just started with, after sports practices, he would massage me and we would have these talks, and he would fondle me and ask me to do the same with him, and I would touch him and we would undress. This occurred 2 or 3 times a week. Lyle claimed that at around 7 years old, this intensified. His father would put me on my knees and he would guide me, all my movements, and I would have oral sex with him. Eventually, his father would use a toothbrush and some sort of shaving utensil brush. And we'd have what we called the object session. He'd have a tube of Vaseline and he'd just play with me. His father also art him, causing Lyle to bleed. During this time, Lyle said that he would take Erik out to the woods, and I took a toothbrush and I played with Erik in the same way. Lyle testified that he told his father that I don't want to do this and it hurt me, and he said that he didn't mean to hurt me, he loved me. Because he wanted it to stop, Lyle told his mother to tell dad to leave me alone, that he keeps touching me, and she told me to stop it, and that I was exaggerating and that my dad has to punish me when I do things wrong, and she told me that he loved me. Lyle said that he never told anyone because he was afraid, and my dad said it was our secret that bad things would happen to me if I told anybody, and I told him I never would. Without explanation, the essay stopped when Lyle was about 8 years old. When he was around 13 years old, Lyle claims that he began to believe that Erik was being essayed by his father because he was hearing noises. Lyle thought it would be worse if I talked to my brother about it first because I figured he would deny it and then he might go to Dad. Eventually, Lyle decided to confront his father, though he felt that his father would probably beat me up and he would probably get incredibly angry and he might hurt my brother. When Lyle confronted him, his father told him that Erik made things up sometimes, but that it would stop and he would keep it just between us or he'd that we should keep it just between us or he'd take my life. After he talked to his father, Lyle talked with Erik, who said that he was glad I talked to Dad and that things had gotten better. Things had changed. Erik also testified at both trials, including for 7 days at the second trial, about the extensive uh, physical, emotional, and essay that his father committed against him. The testimony was graphic and detailed. According to Erik, it started when he was 6 years old and continued until he took his father's life when he was 18. The abuse occurred in almost all places they ever resided or visited, including inside hotel rooms, while on vacation, or at tennis tournaments. On numerous occasions, Jose told Erik that he would take his life if he ever disclosed the abuse. Erik testified the molestation included forced oral copulation, forced anal sex, sometimes with lubricant and sometimes without, and acts accompanied by physical violence. According to Erik, Jose shaved Erik's pubic hair when he was 15 years old. Erik testified that his father would grab him by the hair and force him to massage his father's penis with his mouth until he gagged. Erik testified that his father watched as he forced Erik to shove a long wooden object with a knob up on the end into his anus. Erik testified that his father arred him with force. Erik testified that his father would essay him using a knife, rope, needles, tacks, candles. According to Erik, on some occasions, Jose would cut him with a knife during intercourse. On others, he would use a rope to tie up Erik's penis and testicles. Erik even testified that his father would force needles into his body when Erik performed oral sex on him. On cross-examination, the people demonstrated that none of this abuse was ever witnessed by anyone and reported to authorities, teachers, or coaches. Is it usually? Do abusers usually do it with a room full of people? No. That's such a dumb argument. Um, so they think that it's all a lie because no one ever saw it. In sum, while this alleged abuse was extensively presented as part of Erik and Lyle's defense at both trials, it ultimately was not their main defense since sexual abuse by itself did not justify the homicides of the parents. Only self-defense, the actual fear that their parents were going to take their lives the night of August 20th, constituted a legal defense to the homicide charges. They sought to connect the essay, specifically Lyle's threat to disclose the abuse, and their parents' responses to their claim to preemptively take their parents' lives in self defense that night. Leslie Abramson, Erik's attorney, directs her expert, Dr. Vickery, to delete extremely damaging information he obtained from Erik from his notes. Those deleted notes are hidden from the prosecution during the first trial, and the first jury therefore never hears this evidence. How is this damaging? How is it damaging? I don't know why she would need it deleted or why this matters, but anyways. So while preparing for trial and meeting with Dr. Vickery, defense attorney Leslie Abramson realized that Dr. Vickery's notes contained very damaging information to Erik's case. Among other things, Dr. Vickery detailed notes contained the following information that Erik had relayed to Dr. Vickery. Eric told Dr. Vickery that 1 week prior to the homicides, Eric and Lyle discussed what life would be like without their parents. According to the notes, 1 week prior, he was talking about what it would be like to live without their parents. Don't most kids want to live without their parents? How is that how is it a crime? Most kids want to get out of their parents' house and go and live their lives without their parents over them. I don't know how that's a crime, but cool. Eric told Dr. Vickery that Lyle then suggested that Eric wait a week, and Eric said, I can't take another week. Jose threatened to disown Eric at least 3 times. One of these times was after Eric was arrested for committing multiple residential burglaries. When Eric was 5 years old, he was essayed by a male babysitter. Lyle's incestuous relationship with his mother was in his head. In other words, who said what? I cannot believe they just said this. Lyle's relationship with his mother was in his head. So says Nathan Hawkman. This is repulsive. In other words, Lyle had dreamed up the incestuous relationship with his mother he had testified to. Based on what? What are you basing this statement on? A week before the homicides, Eric said that he hated his parents. According to the notes, hate this man and this woman, not my parents. Want them out of my life. Believing that this information essentially demonstrated that the homicides were deliberated and premeditated and not in self-defense, defense attorney Leslie Abramson directed Dr. Vickery to delete all of this information from his notes. Dr. Vickery contended that he had a bitter argument with Abramson about deleting the information. Abramson told Vickery, if you did not take this out, that you were off the case. Knowing this information was potentially damaging because it showed deliberation and premeditation, Dr. Vickery rewrote his notes without the damaging information. Dr. Vickery then destroyed his original notes. However, unbeknownst to Dr. Vickery, Abramson inadvertently turned over copies of those original notes to another psychiatrist hired by the prosecution after the first trial. This psychiatrist, in turn, provided them to the prosecutors handling the second trial. The prosecutors during the second trial did not realize that they possessed the original undeleted notes. During cross-examination of Dr. Vickery during the second trial, the prosecutor realized an initial discrepancy between the altered notes Dr. Vickery had with him on the stand and the unaltered notes in the prosecutor's possession. Initially, the prosecutor did not realize the extent of the deletions, and Dr. Vickery tried to minimize them, saying, I don't think you'd find more than maybe 5 or 6 changes, and that these changes were insignificant. As the cross-examination progressed, the prosecutor continued to notice other discrepancies, some major, and continued to question the witness. When pressed on a specific inconsistency going to the heart of premeditation and deliberation, the witness finally admitted the honest answer to that is, I did rewrite this page and I left that section out at the request of defense counsel. We will get into all of his testimony, I'm sure, in 1996 trial transcript read through. As we are reading through the transcript, we are still on the state's case on we just got into week 4, so we're on like week 3 and 4. Next, Andy Cano. To support their allegations, Erik claimed in trial that when he was 12 or 13 years old, he told his 9-year-old cousin, Andy Cano, that his father was essaying him. Erik testified that Andy was the only person he had ever told about that, too. Cano claimed he never discussed this conversation with anyone until he spoke with Leslie Abramson in January of 1991, approximately half a year after Erik told Dr. Vickery that he was abused. Cano visited Erik in custody. It is clear that Erik and Lyle have repeatedly solicited friends to lie for them at trial. Really? What proof do you have that Andy just did it based on lies? We have a letter now that proves that it happened, that he talked about it with him. Eric said Andy that the only person Eric felt close enough to that he could tell about the molestation to. Eric testified that when he was 13 years old, he discussed it with Andy. Eric did not testify about any other times he discussed the molestation with Kano, nor did he testify about ever sending a letter about it to Kano. Kano also testified that Eric disclosed it when he was 10 years old. Like Eric, Kano testified that they only discussed it approximately 3 times that year. In particular, when asked when they next discussed the subject after the initial disclosure, Kano testified that they discussed it again approximately about a month later. It was the next time I saw him at his house. He then said, I can recall one other time that it was brought up, probably again another couple of months down the line. We were in his bedroom in the Pennington house. When questioned further, Kano specifically testified that they only spoke about it 3 times, all within that same year. At trial, when asked after Eric moved to California, did he ever bring it up again to you? And Andy said no. Okay, it's false memory. He didn't remember the letter. Further, Kano testified that besides his conversations on the subject with 13-year-old Eric when Kano was only 10, the only other time he had spoken of the alleged abuse disclosures was when he had first met Eric's attorney Leslie Abramson in 91, after Eric Menendez had been arrested for the homicides and after Eric had gifted Kano a car. Okay. Wow. In 2023, Erik and Lyle filed a habeas petition in the Los Angeles Superior Court alleging, among other things, that a recently discovered letter allegedly written from Erik to Kano in or around December 1988 warrants a new trial. The letter was was purportedly found among Kano's personal effects in 2015 after Kano had passed away in 2003. Though Kano testified that the only time Erik discussed the molestation was when Erik was 12 to 13 years old, in this letter, purportedly written just 8 months before the homicides in 1989 when Erik was 18 years old, Erik writes to Kano confirming the disclosure. Okay. He didn't remember. It wasn't a conversation. He didn't have a full on conversation face to face with him, so it was written in a letter and he probably didn't remember it as well. Big frickin' whoop. And they put the letter in as evidence. All right, so neither Erik nor Andy mentioned the existence of this letter or its contents during their testimony at the first or second trials, though it purports to show that the essay alleged by Erik committed by his father continued years after Erik's prior conversations with Kano. Donovan Goudreau, who was an awful witness. In February 1989, while at Princeton, Lyle met Donovan Goudreau. Though Donovan was not a student at Princeton, he led Lyle to believe that he had gained admission to Princeton and was about to enroll in the university. Lyle and Donovan became very close friends. Donovan had been roommates with Jamie Pisarcik, Lyle's girlfriend. However, after suspecting that Donovan had stolen money from her bedroom, Jamie asked him to leave. Subsequently, in 1989, about halfway through the spring semester, Lyle followed Donovan to move into Lyle's two-bedroom dorm at Princeton. Eventually, Lyle's friends discovered that Donovan had been dishonest with them and encouraged Lyle to insist that Donovan move out. When Donovan moved out, he left his wallet and his California driver's license in Lyle's dorm room. After moving out, Donovan did not talk or see Lyle again until Donovan testified at the trial. At trial, Donovan was called by the prosecution to testify on issues related to his driver's license. On cross-examination, outside the presence of the jury, Donovan was questioned about a dinner at a Chinese restaurant that he had with Lyle. Donovan testified that at that dinner he confided in Lyle that he had been essayed as a child. The defense asked Donovan if Lyle at the dinner ever told him that he had and his brother had been molested by his father. Donovan testified, no, he didn't. Donovan was further asked, did Lyle Menendez ever tell you that he had been essayed by either of his parents? Donovan replied, no, never. Donovan was subsequently confronted with audio from an interview conducted by journalist Robert Rand, in which Donovan discussed Lyle's essay. Donovan explained that his recorded statements were based on assumptions on Lyle's initial reaction to me telling him that my essay about my essay. Let me start that sentence over again. Donovan explained that his recorded statements were based on assumptions on Lyle's initial reaction to me telling him about my essay, and just through living with him and hearing about his problems with his father, just putting the pieces together in my own head. Okay. Later in the trial, Lyle testified in the presence of the jury that during a dinner at a Chinese restaurant, Donovan revealed that he had been essayed by his uncle. Lyle further testified that he told Donovan that the same thing happened to myself and my brother. Subsequently, the defense called Donovan, this time in front of the jury, where they confronted him with audio from his interview with journalist Robert Rand. In the recording, Donovan related how he had dinner with Lyle at a restaurant and confided in Lyle that he had been essayed. Emotionally affected by the disclosure, Donovan excused himself to go to the bathroom and then came back and he told me about his father. Donovan continued in the recording. One of the reasons we were friends is because we had so much in common, and then to bring this into the relationship was an experience we both shared. We'd never spoken about it to anybody. When asked about his recorded statements, Donovan said, I really can't recall why I would have said that, whether it was the truth or not. He went on to testify that it was possible that he had got the substance of what was in the audio recording from either Glenn Stevens, a mutual friend of Lyle and Donovan's, or from Robert Rand, but that ultimately he didn't know where he heard it from. Donovan admitted he did not recall Lyle never trustworthy. Maybe he would just use the same camera that my mother used, and he would for you to say interspersed with two new to close and identify the side of the closing argument, Hello? Testing? Okay. I don't know. My mic keeps going out, or it just did. Sorry. All right. I don't know where it went out. Um, anyways, photos taken by adult, child, I don't know, but it makes no sense that they would have done that and planned it for years later down the line. All right, so Lyle admits that he will lie at retrial to Norma Novelli. In 1990, reporter Norma Novelli befriended Lyle through jail correspondence and eventually began visiting him in person. From the end of 1990 through the end of the first trial, Novelli either visited Lyle or Erik or spoke with them on the phone multiple times a week. Many of the conversations centered around a potential book that Lyle and Novelli planned to write together. Eventually, Lyle gave Novelli permission to record their conversations, which she did. During a break in Dr. Oziel's testimony, but before Erik and Lyle realized that the December 11th, 1989 session would be admissible, Lyle adamantly denied to Novelli on tape that he had admitted to things that Dr. Oziel was testifying that Erik and Lyle had admitted. On the same recording, Lyle expressed his belief that the tape was inadmissible, stating, "At the moment, the tape is protected." Lyle told Novelli, "I want to get through this big obstacle, which is this effing psychologist." Concerned about Dr. Oziel's testimony, Lyle then adamantly denied that he made any admissions to Dr. Oziel, proclaiming Oziel's thrust is that this was the perfect crime, the perfect M word. It was done for perfect reasons. And because I hated the father, because he was basically an asshole and dangerous, and the mother was unstable. That's what he's saying. Lyle went on, "The statements are kind of ridiculous. He said on the stand today in front of like 50 people, which really pissed me off, that the plan was to take my dad out, but the mother had to go too because there was no way we could figure out how to take my dad without taking my mother too." Once Dr. Oziel's December 11th tape was released, it became widespread knowledge that Erik and Lyle did, in fact, tell Dr. Oziel exactly the details they had uttered. However, at this point, prior to learning that the Dr. Oziel tape confession was admissible, Lyle lied and incredulously proclaimed, "Do you believe he actually said that I said that to him?" I'm like, "Jill," that's his attorney. "Jill, you tell me, you listened to that. Is that something that somebody would believe? I mean, I'm not a halfwit." Lyle then expressed his plan to lie if necessary, stating, "If they believe that, then there's nothing I can do other than get on the stand and they'll look at me and they'll go, 'There's no way this kid could say anything like that. No way.'" Later, after Dr. Oziel testified, but before Erik and Lyle testified, Lyle realized that the December 11th confession tape was admissible. At that point, Lyle pondered with Novelli what lie he should tell next, stating, "And this is my thinking. I have 3 days to figure out what's the best angle and if it's the right angle." Lyle considered saying, "This is not our voice on tape. There is no way we said any of this. This is just straight bullshit. He never got any of our voices on tape." Lyle also considered the second approach, fabricating a story. Lyle said, "I'm going to have to make something up to show this guy's motives because sometimes people can lie too convincingly." Novelli said, You've got to be just as convincing." To which Lyle responded, "Oh, yeah, which is no problem for me." Ultimately, Lyle chose the second approach, straight out lying. "I'm going to just lie, and he understands it, and I understand it." Lyle told Novelli he would say that Dr. Oziel blackmailed Lyle and Erik to create a fabricated audio taped confession. But he never said that on the stand. He never did lie. Lyle told Novelli that the fabricated story would have taken place on October 31st. Lyle even discussed getting witnesses in backup getting witnesses to back up his lie, stating, "What I may do then is use a witness that'll say, yeah, Lyle said he had to go to this meeting with a psych at this restaurant." Regrettably, Lyle realized he had already used up most of his friends to lie for him, stating, "I can bring in other people. It's unfortunate that I wasn't aware of this problem earlier because a lot of people that can help I've used for other things." Interestingly, Lyle admitted to Novelli that his defense attorneys couldn't stop him from lying, stating, "They're not going to do anything about it. They don't have control over me." Ultimately, Lyle followed through with his lie and testified at trial that Dr. Oziel blackmailed him. He never said he blackmailed him, but he did like force these tapes on them, and that's just mhm. More lies. Nathan Hawkman, more lies. All right, so self defense claim. Jose and Kitty intended to imminently take Lyle and Eric's life. At trial, the brothers' SA claims alone would not amount to legal defense to commit homicide. Accordingly, Eric and Lyle had to again modify their story. While Lyle and Eric testified extensively about SA at the hands of their parents, they also insisted that the reason they took their parents' lives was not because they had been SA'd, but rather because they believed that their parents intended on taking their lives that weekend. You have to understand the SA and the years and years of ab- horrific abuse that they went through in order to understand that those boys were in a state of mind that they actually did believe that their parents were going to take their lives. If you understand and can go, try to look at it through their shoe, walk in their shoes and try to look at it from their perspective and how if that was their life all the way up until 18, 21 years old, you probably would feel pretty fearful for your life as well. And you'd be not just that, but you need those experts to talk about the effects of trauma and how it makes you think and how it makes you react, sometimes overreact to things that you perceive as dangerous that aren't really dangerous. And that's exactly what happened in this situation. And he's just overlooking all of that by these arguments. Now I forgot where I was. All right, when asked on cross-examination whether he took his father's life to get back at him for what you say he did when you were a child sexually, Lyle testified, "No, I took his life because we were afraid and because of what was going on that weekend." He was further asked, "So the things that you told us that happened between yourself and your father when you were age 6 to 8 having nothing to do with your motivation for taking his life, is that correct?" Lyle replied, "That's right." Eric also testified that he did not take his parents' life because they molested him. Rather, he took their lives because we were afraid I was afraid of dying. When asked, was he going to take your life, he said, my mom, or who was going to take your lives? My mom and dad, he said. To support their defense claim, Lyle instructs a witness to perjure himself about Kitty being dangerous. Kitty was dangerous. Many people testified to this. A significant portion of Eric and Lyle's defense relied on justifying the execution of their mother. To this end, Lyle and Eric characterized their mother as erratic and dangerous, a woman willing to resort to extreme violence if the outward image of her family was to be compromised. To support this defense, Eric and Lyle claimed that they feared Kitty for multiple reasons. Among other things, she would allegedly get drunk and hit them in a rage. She would work with Jose to startle and scare them by hiding in a closet and jumping out at them wearing a mask that Eric feared. She would throw things at them and she would frequently lock them in a closet. Part of this characterization of why Eric and Lyle feared their mother revolved around testimony claiming that Kitty had attempted to poison the family. To support this false narrative, Lyle successfully solicited perjury. Tracy Baker was one of Lyle's girlfriends and a witness in the first trial. Just because he solicited someone to testify to it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. I just want to be clear. Just because somebody, just because Lyle was like, hey, can you say that this happened? Doesn't mean that it didn't actually happen in real life. Not necessarily that Tracy, maybe Tracy didn't see it, but that doesn't mean that this wasn't a recurring thing in the family. It doesn't mean that other people didn't see it. I do believe that there were other family members that, or friends that had seen this, where Jose was like, we're not eating here. Let's go out to eat because I feel like Kitty poisoned us. So Tracy's not the only one that testified to this. But even if she didn't see it and Lyle did say, "Hey, can you lie and say that this happened?" It still doesn't make it untrue, is my point. All right, so however, after the testimony, the Los Angeles Police Department discovered a letter Lyle had taken or had written called the Baker Letter, Tracy Baker being her name, instructing her on how to testify at trial. In the Baker Letter, written before she testified, Lyle directed Baker to testify as follows. All right, Tracy, this is the information we discussed on the phone about visiting Erik. I'm going to get right to the point because after you read this and feel you've absorbed it, I want you to throw it away. Do that right away so you don't forget. Maybe you can take some notes in your handwriting. Okay, well, basically, there are two incidents. There may seem strange and irrelevant to my case, but I assure you that they will be very helpful. You'll just have to trust me on that. Later on, I can explain why, but for now, I'll just lay them out. I have given a lot of thought to this one, and I really feel that you can do it. However, just let me know if you'd rather not. Exhibit 1 is the Baker letter. And Lyle then instructs Baker to testify that Kitty had tried to poison her family. All of a sudden, Mr. Menendez said in a stern voice to Mrs. Menendez, who was standing behind you, "What did you do to the food?" And Mr. Menendez shoved his plate forward, knocking stuff over. This totally sounds like it probably happened in this household to me. I don't feel like that's necessarily untrue. At the first trial, Ms. Baker testified almost verbatim to what Lyle had instructed her to say. When Mrs. Menendez put the food on the table, did something unusual happen? Yes, she was standing behind me, so I don't know if she did something to provoke her husband, but before I knew it, he had stood up and pushed his plates out of the way very violently, knocking over all sorts of glasses and condiments, whatever were on the table, and said something to her like, "What did you do to this food? Why are you serving this food?" Again, though, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not true. She might have actually been there. It didn't say, make this up or say these exact words. It didn't say, you need to say this, even though we all know this didn't happen, but you need to say it. You know? It could be, okay, well, as a reminder, like this is my memory of it, and they're taking it out of context. Anyway, also in the Baker letter, Lyle directed Baker to testify. Then I got up immediately, then Lyle got up immediately and said, "Come on, Tracy," and we both walked out in the foyer. Erik walked out too. You got your purse and jacket. We walked outside and stood in front of the big Mercedes. In accordance with the letter, Baker then testified, and Lyle motioned to me to come out with him. I was able to grab my purse and my coat and whatever else, and we went out to the front where the cars were parked. In the Baker letter, Lyle further instructed Baker that she would testify. Either Erik or I, you can remember which, said to him, "What's the matter, Dad? You think you tried something?" And Baker subsequently testified, and Erik had asked his father something, "Do you think she tried something on purpose or something like that?" The Baker letter included instructions to Baker to testify that they had all ended up eating at Hamburger Hamlet. Baker then testified, "We went to eat at Hamburger Hamlet." I mean, maybe he was just trying to be like, remember when this happened? I mean, obviously he shouldn't have done it and it's wrong, but maybe it really did happen. That's all I'm saying. At the first trial, Baker testified after both Lyle and Erik had testified. Erik supported the Baker poisoning lie and testified about a specific incident when Baker had come over for dinner. He testified that his mom had served dinner and my dad pushed the tray away, his plate, toward my mom and spilled something and told my brother and I to get up from the table. Jose looked at my mom and then he said something like, "What did you do to the food?" I believe that my dad, through my mom, poisoned the food. During this testimony, Lyle similarly lied and claimed that his mother would threaten to poison herself and everybody, meaning my dad and Erik and myself. That's why everybody thought that she was poisoning them because she threatened to do it. She threatened to poison herself and everybody else. So that's why there were times where they didn't eat the food. He asserted that his father at times refused to eat the food that she served and we would actually leave. Lyle claimed there were some days when my dad felt she might do something based on the way that she was acting or things that she had said, so we would all leave. When questioned about how would you know when it was okay to eat the food, Lyle replied, "We would just rely on my dad." Though Baker had been called as a defense witness in the first trial, after the Baker letter was discovered, Lyle and Erik unsurprisingly did not call her as a witness in the second trial. To support their self defense claim, Lyle solicits another witness to provide perjured testimony that they sought a handgun for self protection. To bolster their claims that they feared their parents, Lyle attempted to recruit his friend Amir, or Brian, as Laminia, to provide perjured testimony that just prior to the homicides, Lyle and Erik had sought a handgun for self protection from their parents, as Laminia was a classmate of Erik's and had visited the brothers while they were in custody awaiting trial. They also, I think he also in, in what's the word I'm looking for? Injected himself. I did combo of the two. He inserted himself into this case. He found out, that this had happened on the news and he reached out to the brothers and started visiting them. So it's very possible that he did this for some kind of clout or I don't know, whatever reasons to become famous. And he did not testify in trial one, but in trial two. So where were you this whole time? Is what I want to know. So Lyle, according to Hawkman, provided Eslaminia with a letter, the Eslaminia letter, instructing him to testify that the brothers had attempted to obtain a gun from him. The Eslaminia letter was recovered by law enforcement after the first trial. The Eslaminia letter first informed Eslaminia that Leslie, the defense attorney, wants to interview you as soon as you are in town. She may even come up to see you. The Islamania letter then instructed Islamania in very specific detail to lie and fabricate an incident where Lyle and Erik had been in fear and borrowed a handgun from Islamania. In other parts of the Islamania letter, Lyle scripted lies for Aslaminia to tell on various subjects, including Lyle and Eric's fear of their father. You know what though? Okay, so he's telling people like these are the things you should do. Like he's probably in his mind preparing like this is what should be said. This is what should be done. Not necessarily in a we're colluding to like hide the truth sort of manner, but in a this is how my dad's always made me do things. I always have to prepare for things. Every time I have to talk to him about something important, I have to take notes and prepare. Anytime I need to talk about, my tennis game, I have to talk and prepare and visualize and do all this prep work and stuff. So maybe this thought just came to me. Maybe this was Lyle in his cell taking on those traits, like I got to think all of the little details through So maybe that's all he's doing in these letters, but he doesn't realize that it's illegal to do that because it's like, you know, telling a witness um, what they should testify to. Even if it's true, but he doesn't realize that he's not supposed to do that. And he's only a kid, granted, 21, but whatever. All right, moving on. So Lyle scripted the lies for Eslamenia to tell on various subjects, including Lyle and Eric's fear of their father, their belief that their father had been that his life had been taken because of Jose's alleged mafia connections, that Eric had told Eslaminia that Jose had taken Eric out of the will, and a fabricated statement from Jose about the father taking a son's life. In the Eslaminia letter, Lyle wrote, "Here is an outline of what we need. It is not crucial that your story match ours perfectly, so do not worry." Lyle also wrote, "Eric and I have told our lawyers this story already, except we said there was no gun. You will say you will say there was, and when Leslie says, but the boys said that there was no gun, you say, well, I told Eric to say that there wasn't because of my mom." So Lyle further instructed Esselminia, "I have an untraceable handgun I can get for you to use as as the one you give us if you don't already have one. Let me know over the phone. I'll have Beatrice get it to you if necessary." Okay. "I have an untraceable gun I can get for you." I don't know who Beatrice is, but he brings her up a few times. After explicitly and comprehensively detailing the false statements that Lyle wanted Eslaminia to tell their lawyers and eventually testify to in trial, Lyle gave the following direction. That is basically the important facts. There may be little things that Eric told you. We were taken out of the will a while back by his dad, and occasionally you asked to watch videos over our house with my mom and dad. You once watched a movie called At Close Range with Sean Penn. Watch it if you haven't already. My dad said the movie was unrealistic because the father would have taken the son's life as soon as the trouble started and not waited. You, of course, were shocked at this statement. You always felt my dad was a powerful, scary person. You never felt welcome. Your memory on these things does not have to be good. Leslie will help tell you what she sort of needs. Why am I struggling? It's been a long reading. We're 3 hours in. Sorry. However, I think that the Saturday story and perhaps the movie incident will be enough. Too much is not good. I'll be calling you. Please leave a message on my service when you receive this letter and mail it back to Beatrice. First, write down all the facts you need to know so that you have them to remind you later. Also, scribble over the writing of this letter with magic marker so that if it falls into the wrong hands, it's not legible. I obviously trust you completely. However, I sleep better if I'm sure that things have been destroyed. Mistakes have been made in the past. That's not good. I mean, it's not good, but also been relitigated, now this would be the third trial that they're on, technically, because that's basically what Nathan Hawkman is trying to do is put him through trial again, even though he's against them having another trial, but he's doing it. In the second trial, after the Eslaminia letter was discovered by the prosecution, Eslaminia pivoted and testified that his testimony was supposed to add dynamics to fit what was needed for the trial. Eslaminia also testified that he never watched the movie At Close Range and never heard Jose mention anything about At Close Range. Eslaminia testified that he knew when he had received the Eslaminia letter from Lyle that was a lie, that he hadn't seen the movie. Eric and Lyle both testify in their defense. Notwithstanding their attempts to fabricate evidence and suborn perjury at their first trial, Eric and Lyle gave a synchronized and detailed account of the several days preceding the homicide. This account detailed the events leading to their alleged fear causing them to take the lives of their parents in self defense. So you could call it synchronized and detailed, or you could say their stories cooperated with one another. They matched one another. They made, they fit one another. Maybe they're true. I don't know. This account details the events leading to the alleged fear causing them to take their parents' lives. Lyle and Eric's testimony was very emotional and compelling. However, Lyle admitted to Novelli on tape that he was capable of controlling his emotions in front of the jury, stating, "If he, the prosecutor, pushes me, I'll get as emotional as can be. I held back some because I felt that like I don't want to show this guy too much of what I'm like." Didn't Pam Bazanich do the questioning for him? I don't remember now. Lyle claimed that Eric did not know that he had a hairpiece. Eric said that we weren't a family because there were so many secrets and that he had never known about Lyle's hairpiece. Eric tried to make Lyle feel better, stating, "I knew he was very embarrassed and I wanted to tell him and there was no reason to be embarrassed." During this moment of vulnerability, Eric then confided in Lyle that his father was still essaying him. Lyle told Eric that he could sit down with his dad when he came back from his business trip and, if necessary, could threaten to tell people to stop the essay. Wednesday, August 16th, 1989. Lyle next claimed that when he confronted his mother the next day about the essay, she replied Eric was lying. Eric gave a different version. Eric said he had lunch with Lyle, and Lyle said that he had not told his mother because she would not have told their father. She would always threaten to tell dad, and sometimes she'll do it in front of me at the dinner table, or I could hear it in the bedroom or when he got home. Thursday, August 17th, 1989. Lyle claimed that he confronted his father alone about the essay when Jose returned from a business trip on Thursday the 17th. His father responded, "You listen to me. What I do with my sons is none of your business. I warn you, don't throw your life away." In response, Lyle threatened to tell people about the essay. With a relaxed demeanor, Jose purportedly replied, "We all make choices in life, son. Eric made his, you've made yours." Jose then got up and left the room. Based on this conversation, Lyle testified that he believed that they were in danger because his father would KILLS, that he would get rid of us in some way because he thought I was going to ruin him. Further, Lyle contended that his mother would also want to take their lives because she wanted to maintain the family image. Lyle claimed that he then confronted his mother saying, how could you have done that any how could you not have done anything?" She allegedly replied, "I knew and I know what was going on. Nobody ever helped me." Eric testified that he got home after Lyle confronted his father, and his father came to his room and pounded on the door, yelling, "Open the goddamn door now." Eric opened the door, and his father entered and told Eric Lyle was going to tell everyone and that it was my fault. And now Lyle was going to tell everyone, and he was not going to let that happen. Jose then charged Eric and grabbed him, but Eric got away and ran. Eric then ran to his mother, and she said, "I understand a lot more than you know. Oh, I know. I've always known." At this point, Eric and Lyle decided that their mother would support their father and protect the family reputation at all costs and that their lives were in danger. Lyle claimed that he discussed running away with Eric and that Eric said that he wasn't going to just run away and let dad find him and take his life. with Dad's power and who he was and who his mother that was that there was no place that his parents could not find him and that they would running away, we decided that we couldn't be positive that they were going to kill us, and we certainly didn't know when or how and what it might and that it might be safer to stay in the house and not bring it to a head by running away. He would immediately think I was telling people and wasn't even going to wait. I didn't think he would kill us immediately, but I did think it was just a matter of time. I felt my dad had the intention or had the connections to find us and get rid of us. I think so too. And if we ran away, he could do this at his leisure and, he could just tell a story that we ran away for whatever reasons. People would believe that and we would disappear after we talked about it. We should stay in the house where it might be more difficult to just take our lives without anyone knowing, and we would at least know where they are. Maybe they would never do it. Lyle testified that he and Eric weren't just going to stay around waiting to die. They were ready to try and get some ways of defending them ourselves and protection. So we just decided that we would buy our own guns the next day. Friday, August 18th, claims that Eric and Lyle attempted to purchase handguns. Lyle testified that the following day, Friday, August 18th, 1989, he and Eric had attempted to purchase handguns at the Big Five in Santa Monica. He claimed that he had decided to get some guns to protect ourselves from their parents. They didn't want to buy shotguns and rifles, but rather handguns because they wanted them to walk around the house without creating a confrontation and because handguns would be quickly accessible when the need for self defense arose. Lyle claimed that they were in the process of trying to buy a handgun at the Big Five in Santa Monica when they were told that they weren't going to be able to leave the store with the guns because there was a 2 weeks waiting period where they would have to check their credentials, and they'd have to wait 2 weeks before they'd take possession of the handguns. Lyle claimed that the only thing you can buy over the counter is rifles, shotguns. Erik reiterated the same story. However, contrary to Lyle and Erik's testimony, Big Five Sporting Goods did not sell handguns in Santa Monica in 1989. Gabriel Friedrichsen was a senior operations manager at the corporate office for Big Five Sporting Goods. Big Five in Santa Monica, located at 3121 Wilshire Boulevard, was one of the stores that he supervised. Because prior to March of 1986, Big Five stopped selling handguns at that location, it would definitely not be possible to purchase a handgun from that location in 1989. In direct contradiction of Lyle's and Eric's testimony, no handguns would have been displayed at that location in 1989. While there were long guns and there were air guns that were sold there, at the location at the time, a 15-day waiting period would not apply to any of the types of guns sold at the Big Five in Santa Monica in 1989. Friday, August 18th, the drive to San Diego to buy the shotguns under false names. According to Lyle, unable to purchase handguns in Santa Monica, they then drove to San Diego, where, for unexplained reasons, they bought the shotguns that they could have bought in Santa Monica. They had decided to buy shotguns because, for some unknown reason, they felt if we were going to get attacked, it would be at night more likely, and thus the need for concealability was not as crucial. At around 8 to 8:30 p.m. at the Big Five in San Diego, they purchased the shotguns using Donovan Goudreau's identity. Lyle claims that this was only because his license had been suspended. On the way to San Diego, Erik purported that Erik reportedly told Lyle that one of the sorry, their typo, not me. On the way to San Diego, Erik purportedly told Lyle that one of the reasons he had never told me about the essay before was because Dad had always threatened his life and had said that if he ever told me he would take my life. Lyle contends that he told Erik that he had known those things on Tuesday when he confronted his dad. He would not have confronted him because dad was willing to take their lives over it. Based on this, Lyle concluded his father was more violent and dangerous than I knew. Saturday, August 19th. On Saturday, August 19th, Lyle and Erik went to a local gun shop to buy buckshot ammunition. After acquiring the buckshot, Erik and Lyle aimlessly drove around and stalled all day because they did not want to be home. They testified that they stayed away from the home until they returned at the time they were supposed to go on a boat fishing trip with their parents. They allegedly feared for their lives. Grant Walker, a pool repairman for the Menendez family, contradicted this testimony. Walker testified that he visited the Menendez family home on Saturday, August 19th, 1989, to repair a spa override switch. While at the home, Walker observed Erik and Lyle. Either Erik or Lyle was playing tennis while the other brother was nearby watching. Walker witnessed Lyle use vulgar language and an angry tone against his mother. On one occasion, he observed Erik join Lyle in disparaging their mother. Walker believed that the brothers were rude to their parents, cursing at both of them. Neither victim Jose nor victim Kitty expressed any anger towards their sons. Okay. Walker did not testify about anything that would resemble fear on either Erik or Lyle's part. Erik and Lyle testified that they were in constant fear that they would be shot by their parents on the boat trip the fishing trip that weekend. As a result, they stayed towards the front of the boat. However, when Erik and Lyle spoke with Dr. Oziel on tape on December 11th, 1989, Lyle recounted with fond memories the fun things they used to do with their parents, stating, "I miss all the things that we had a boating trip right before the incident and it had nothing to do with the problem, which required a lot of courage. But I miss a lot having my father." I don't think that that is saying what they think it says. Later that night, after the fishing trip, Erik claimed that he was in his room when his father again came pounding on the door. Erik said he was sitting on the bed and he had the gun there while the father was pounding on the door, demanding that he opened it. He was trembling and he wasn't sure if he was going to shoot through the door. Sunday, August 20th, the day of the homicides. Lyle claimed that the following day, Sunday, August 20th, 1989, after Kitty hysterically refused to let Lyle and Erik go out to a movie, Jose told Erik to go upstairs to his room and wait for him until he finished the movie. Lyle purportedly responded, "No, you're not going to touch my brother." Jose said, "I can do what I want in my family. It's not your little brother, it's my son." Erik believed that he thought my dad was going to come up to my room and have intercourse, and that I thought they were going, and then I thought they were going to kill us. After Erik went up towards his room, his parents went to the den and closed the doors to that room. This act convinced Lyle and Erik that their parents intended on arming themselves and taking the lives of their children. Lyle ran upstairs to tell my brother, "It's happening, they're going to take our lives." They then ran to their rooms to get their guns and met at Erik's car. There they loaded the ammunition, which for some reason they had not already loaded into the shotgun that they had kept in their rooms for self-defense against their parents. They walked to the closed doors of the den and burst in the doors and started firing. Erik and Lyle are convicted for both conspiring to homicide of their parents and for the first-degree homicide while lying in wait, with the jury rejecting the self-defense claim. They didn't reject it because they didn't have it. The jury did not get the jury instruction on self-defense in the second trial, so they couldn't. They couldn't. After listening to all of the evidence and arguments of the attorneys, including evidence and both Erik and Lyle were essayed and acted in self-defense, both Erik and Lyle were convicted of 2 counts of first-degree homicide. The jury also found true the allegation that Eric and Lyle took their parents' lives while lying in wait, a special circumstance within the meaning of Penal Code 190.2. Eric and Lyle were also found guilty of conspiring to take their parents' lives. In reaching this verdict, the second jury fully rejected their claims of self-defense. That's just false, but whatever. They didn't have that self-defense claim. They couldn't use that. Eric and Lyle continued to maintain their fabricated self-defense story and related lies concerning their fabricated defenses for over 30 years to the present. Both Eric and Lyle recently filed a habeas petition alleging, among other things, that the Cano letter, which was not used at trial, demands a new trial. Through this habeas petition, both inmates still assert that they acted in self-defense when they took their parents' lives over 30 years ago. Erik continues to assert that this trial account of the events is honest and accurate. In the recent 2024 Netflix documentary, The Menendez Brothers, Erik stated what the attorneys were arguing was the honest but the unreasonable belief that I was going to die, which I didn't agree with because I believed that it was an honest and reasonable belief that I was going to die. So he thought it was a reasonable belief, not an unreasonable belief. I believe that any person, if they lived my life, I don't see how they couldn't have believed that they were going to die. The court may allow people to withdraw their. So this here finally is here's their argument for why this DA should be able to withdraw a resentencing request from a previous DA. So let's see what they have to say and how long this argument is now that we're already 68 pages in. Pursuant to Penal Code Section 1172.1, the district attorney of the county in which a criminal defendant was sentenced may petition the court to recall and resentence the defendant. However, upon a substantive re-evaluation of the case, the district attorney may withdraw the request with the court's permission before the court has ruled on the petition. In granting a motion to withdraw the resentencing petition, the court must decide whether the motion to withdraw is based on a legitimate reason. In Vassaw, then district attorney for San Francisco County, Chesa Bodine, filed a petition to resentence defendant Vassaw under Penal Code, whatever, subsequently amended to this new Penal Code. After the filing, but prior to the resentencing hearing, Bowden was recalled by San Francisco voters, and Brooke Jenkins was sworn in as the new district attorney. Okay, but George Gascon wasn't recalled, and okay, gotcha. After Jenkins assumed office, the appearing prosecutor on the Vassaw case sought to withdraw the petition for resentencing, but she did not explain why. The hearing was continued. At a subsequent hearing, a new appearing prosecutor reiterated the district attorney's desire to withdraw the resentencing request. However, she provided no substantive reason for the requested withdrawal. The trial court granted the prosecutor's request to withdraw petition, even though there was no reason? She had to have given a reason. Vassaw appealed, arguing that Section 1172.1 requires a trial court to reach the merits of resentencing once a request is made. The appellate court rejected this argument, holding that a trial court may, but is not required to, allow a district attorney to withdraw a resentencing request before the court reaches the merits. In so holding, the court noted Jenkins, the new district attorney, was entitled to reconsider the recommendation, but there is no evidence that any substantive reevaluation occurred. In granting a request to withdraw a resentencing petition, the court must find that the the people have articulated a legitimate reason which is not based on a whim or due to the change in the political winds. Here, upon assuming the office, back up. In granting a request to review a resentencing petition, the court must find that the people have articulated a legitimate reason which is not based on a whim or due to a change in the political winds. Is that not what's happening right here? George Gascon, who I believe was, I don't know what he was politically, and I don't want to get into politically what anybody is, but I do believe that they are of different political um, backgrounds, and that could be part of it as well. And I do believe that Nathan Hochman has some kind of aspirations. Otherwise, why would he be doing this? It's not going to work out for him like he thinks, but he's got some motivation. So, hereupon, assuming the Office of District Attorney of Los Angeles County, Nathan Hochman ordered and personally participated in a thorough and complete review of the people's motion, recall of resentencing, blah, 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 filed on October 24th. It's a long name. I'm not going to keep re-saying that. As part of this extensive and thorough review, the people have, among other things, 1. Reviewed the substantial portion of the 329 volumes of transcripts from the first two trials amounting to over 55,000 pages. 2. Reviewed an extensive portion of approximately 400 hours of videotape testimony of the first trial. 3. Reviewed relevant portions of the original police reports. 4. Reviewed the probation reports. 5. Reviewed the habeas petition filed in the Los Angeles Superior Court and supporting exhibits. 6. Reviewed the inmate's prison records, or the C file, consisting of over 3,000 pages. 7. Interviewed over 20 family members of the victims. 8. Interviewed one of the original prosecutors on the case. Yeah, I'm sure that was Pam Bazanich. 9. Interviewed prison personnel. 10. Interviewed a detective from the Beverly Hills Police Department. Yeah, because they're not antiquated and old by now in their 90s way of thinking. 11. Reviewed the original available exhibits, photographs, and evidence in the case. 12. Watched documentaries which had excerpts from interviews of the inmates. 13. Read the appellate opinions on this case. 14. Met with the prosecutor who filed the initial petition for resentencing. So they did meet with, oh no, I don't know if they met with Gascon, but met with, they probably met with the two that he demoted. 15. Read articles contemporary to the initial case. 16. Reviewed the original petition filed with the court and accompanying exhibits. And 17. Met with the defense counsel. After conducting this thorough and exhaustive review, the defense attorney is prepared to go forward with a resentencing hearing based on the court's initiation of resentencing proceedings under Penal Code 1172.1, but has made a substantive reevaluation of this case and, for the reasons explained below, believes that legitimate reasons and the interests of justice demand that the people seek to withdraw their initial people's resentencing request. Withdrawal of the people's, and that's it. That's their argument. That was the entire argument of why they were allowed to recall the request. Now, this is the withdrawal of the people's initial resentencing motion is warranted because the motion failed to consider Erik and Lyle's lack of complete insight into and acceptance of responsibility for the crimes. This is the same old talking points being spewed back at us. So in the Penal Code section, it provides that in recalling and resentencing, the court shall consider post-conviction factors, including but not limited to the disciplinary record and record of rehabilitation of the defendant while incarcerated, evidence that reflects whether age, time served, and diminished physical condition, if any, have reduced the defendant's risk for future violence, and evidence that reflects that circumstances have changed since the original sentencing so that continued incarceration is no longer in the interest of justice. In determining whether evidence that reflects whether time served has reduced the defendant's risk for future violence, a critical inquiry into the rehabilitation analysis, this court must determine whether the inmates are currently dangerous. Although there are no cases under Section 1172 which provide guidance in this area, an examination of parole sustainability cases is instructive on the issue. Generally, where an inmate will pose an unreasonable risk of danger to society if released from prison, the inmate is unsuitable for parole. In the case of Lawrence, the California Supreme Court held that the denial of parole based purely on the circumstances of the original offense will generally be an insufficient basis for the denial. In general, when considered alone, the original offense has lost its predictive steam because there is no nexus between the crime and current dangerousness. However, the California Supreme Court has made clear that an inmate's current attitude toward the crime they committed is a major factor in determining future dangerousness and suitability for parole. An inmate's lack of insight into the gravity of the crime and the lack of remorse can provide evidence that the inmate remains a threat to public safety. The California Supreme Court has held, we have expressly recognized that the presence or absence of insight is a significant factor in determining whether there is a rational nexus between the inmate's dangerous past behavior and the threat the inmate currently poses to public safety. In sum, as stated by the governor in overturning a parole grant to Suran, the circumstances of the crime can provide evidence of current dangerousness when evidence in the inmate's pre or post incarceration history or the inmate's current mental state indicate that the crime remains probative of current dangerousness. You haven't proven at all that Eric and Lyle are dangerous still. So furthermore, the gravity of the crime has continuing predictive value as to the current dangerousness, where the inmate lacks insight into the conduct and refuses to accept responsibility for the role in their crime. Other cases have held that an inmate with an implausible account of the crime but an otherwise exemplary prison record may be unsuitable for parole if the implausibility of an inmate's account indicates the inmate does not appreciate the magnitude of the commitment offense or its contributing causes, and there is psychological evidence in inmate's character has not appreciably changed since the commitment offense. Further, an inmate's lack of insight into or minimizing of responsibility for previous criminality, despite confessing some responsibility, is a relevant consideration. They've taken responsibility time and time again. In sum, Eric and Lyle's current insight into their crimes and acceptance of responsibility must be considered in determining whether they are truly rehabilitated or whether they pose an unreasonable risk of danger to the community. Here, the original motion for resentencing completely failed to take into consideration Eric and Lyle's lack of insight and full acceptance of responsibility for their crimes in considering whether resentencing was appropriate. Reviewing and considering this important factor, it is clear that resentencing at this point is not appropriate, and the district attorney seeks to withdraw the people's initial request. If Eric and Lyle, at some point going forward, fully and completely accept responsibility for their crimes by admitting for the first time ever that their self defense story and related testimony were fabricated and they did not have an actual fear that their mother and father were going to take their lives that night on August 20th, 1989, and that they suborned perjury and attempted to suborn perjury from multiple witnesses to lie about various versions of their fabricated defenses. For instance, Jamie Pisarcik, the lie of Jose as a violent essayer or R. I can't say that word on YouTube. Brian Eslamania, the lie of the handgun story. Tracy Baker, the lie of Kitty's family poisoner. Then Erik and Lyle may be able to demonstrate to the court in the future that they exhibit sufficient insight into their violent criminal actions as to no longer pose an unreasonable risk of danger to the community. And at that point, the district attorney's office may reconsider its request to withdraw the resentencing motion. It's ridiculous. The alleged need for self defense relies solely on the credibility of Erik and Lyle. In this case, in order to believe that Jose and Kitty wanted to take the lives of their children on the night of August 20th, one must believe Erik and Lyle. In other words, Erik and Lyle's credibility is fundamental to evaluating whether Jose and Lyle actually wanted to take their lives of their sons. However, Erik and Lyle have a history of lying. They lied to police, they lied to family and friends, they instructed witnesses to lie under oath. They themselves lied under oath. Based on his history of lies, they significantly lack credibility. Erik and Lyle instructed witnesses to lie under oath. Contrary to popular belief, it is exceedingly rare to obtain direct evidence that a witness was instructed to lie under oath in front of a jury. Usually, determinations about whether a witness is lying are made by evaluating, among other things, whether the account makes sense, whether it is supported or refuted by independent evidence, and whether the witness has a history of repeatedly lying. But here, there is direct evidence of Lyle instructing multiple witnesses to lie under oath at Erik and Lyle's trial. Two of these instances, Tracy Baker and Brian Eslaminia, occurred in writing. Although Lyle wrote these letters, the only reasonable interpretation of this evidence is that Erik was also involved in this perjured testimony because Eslaminia was Erik's friend, not Lyle's. I hate him. Erik and Eslaminia went to high school together, and Eslaminia first visited Erik in jail before he ever met Lyle. In fact, Eslaminia did not even meet Lyle until after they were arrested. It is unreasonable to conclude that Lyle would have solicited Erik's close friend to commit perjury in open court in front of Erik without Erik's knowledge and consent. This is especially unlikely given the fact that Erik went along with the Baker letter fraud by personally repeating the fabricated story under oath at trial. Wow. Baker and Eslaminia story letters are not only evidence of Erik and Lyle's efforts to undermine the truth-seeking function of a jury, but also evidence of their total and complete disregard for the truth. At the end of the Eslaminia letter, Lyle instructed Eslaminia to destroy the letter after reading. He explained why, stating mistakes have been made in the past. Clearly, this statement implies that Erik and Lyle had attempted to solicit other witnesses to lie. To further support this fact, Lyle admitted on tape to reporter Novelli during his first trial that he uses witnesses to support his lies. As Lyle explained to Novelli regarding how he would handle Dr. Oziel's damaging testimony, Lyle said, "It's unfortunate that I wasn't aware of this problem earlier because a lot of people that can help me I've used for other things." Erik and Lyle carefully shaped and modified their lies to fit the known evidence in this trial. From the beginning, Erik and Lyle crafted, told, and modified their lies with one goal in mind: to escape responsibility for the homicides. First, after they brutally took the lives of their parents, Erik and Lyle lied to the police, their family, and their friends in an attempt to turn the investigation away from themselves and towards the mafia. Importantly, Erik and Lyle were emotional, passionate, and believable in telling these lies. From the moment they called 911, screaming and crying that they walked into the house and found their parents like that, to the day that they were arrested, Eric and Lyle convincingly sold their story, even to those who knew them well. They convinced their family and friends they were innocent. They convinced seasoned detectives they were not guilty, so much so that the detectives did not even administer a simple gunshot residue test to them. That's their fault. That's on them. And I wouldn't say it's more convincing, as they were severely emotionally traumatized, regardless of whether they did it or not. And that emotion came through. And the fact that people didn't suspect them, that's because it's not like their character to do something like that. So you can argue these things all sorts of different ways. Eric and Lyle's initial lie lasted for 6 months after they took the lives of their parents while they spent their parents' money and lived lavish lifestyles. They knew that there was no physical or eyewitness evidence connecting them to the homicides, so they hid in plain sight, enjoying their lives. In fact, they would have continued to live as free men had Eric not confessed to Dr. Oziel in a moment of weakness. However, once their confession was made known to the police and they were arrested, Eric and Lyle had to come up with a new story to fit the evidence as known to the police. Eric and Lyle knew that they had slaughtered their parents with shotguns. They knew that the shotgun purchases were now tied back to them, and they knew that their parents were unarmed and that no weapons were found inside the den with their mutilated bodies. Now, Eric and Lyle had to craft a new script, one that would vilify their parents and justify shooting them in such a grotesque manner. In preparing their script, Lyle asked his girlfriend to help him research cases where kids got off for killing their parents. At this point, Lyle did not tell Jamie, "My dad essayed me when I was young," or "I shot him in self defense." Rather, he focused on falsely painting his father as a violent R word and tried to pay Jamie to lie in court and say that his father had violently R'd her. Fortunately, Jamie was not going to go along with it. Lyle then tested a new defense. "My mom had essayed me and my dad had essayed Eric." Lyle did not say that he was essayed by his father. Jamie cried when Lyle told her this story, and she expressed that she did not believe him. It was apparent to Lyle that Jamie would not support this version either, and he ended up modifying it before he started trial. Instead, and for the first time at trial, the new defense was that both he and Eric were essayed by their father. Once the trial began, Eric and Lyle realized that SA would not provide a legal defense for homicide. So they had to again modify and tailor their defense to create a legal justification for homicide. Ultimately, Lyle and Eric ended up testifying that they were both essayed by their father and they took their parents' lives because they feared retaliation from them after Lyle threatened to disclose the molestation. The self defense story was inconsistent with known facts and common sense, and so incredulous, the jury rejected it and convicted Eric and Lyle of 2 counts of first degree homicide with special circumstances and conspiracy to commit homicide. Eric and Lyle themselves lied under oath to support their defense. Not only did they ask witnesses to lie under oath, Eric and Lyle themselves lied under oath. What's your proof that they did? In several of these instances, their lies were impeached by objective evidence. Central to their defense, both Eric and Lyle testified that they were so fearful their parents would take their lives that they went to the Big Five sporting goods store in Santa Monica 2 days before their parents' lives had been taken uh, by handguns, or to purchase handguns. Sorry, they wanted to purchase handguns. After selecting handguns to purchase, they were informed by an employee that they would not be able to get them because of the 2 week waiting period. However, contrary to Lyle and Eric's manufactured testimony, Big Five Sporting Goods did not sell handguns in Santa Monica in '89, and that was contested too. That's not necessary. Like, we don't know that necessarily to be fact either. There's reason to believe that that wasn't true. Oh yeah, and it could be that they went to a different sporting goods store that they didn't. It wasn't the Santa Monica Big Five. Maybe it was a different store, and they just couldn't remember. Anyways, Big Five had stopped selling handguns prior to March of '86. Further, in direct contradiction to Erik and Lyle's testimony, no handguns would have been displayed at that location in '89. Additionally, as noted above, to prove that they feared their mother was volatile and dangerous, Erik lied under oath when he testified about his mother attempting to poison the family at a dinner with Tracy Baker. This testimony was revealed to be fictitious and entirely scripted when the Tracy Baker letter appeared or was recovered. Importantly, not only did Baker testify to this fictitious script to the jury, both Erik and Lyle delivered these false lines as well. Erik also lied to his own defense hired psychiatrist in preparation for trial. As they refined their defense years after the initial essay disclosure to the psychiatrist, Erik fabricated a story that just for 2 days before the homicides, his father's homosexual lover warned him that Erik's parents intended to take his life. In a subsequent therapy session, Erik admitted that he had fabricated this story. This fabrication, like the others, obviously, was central to Erik and Lyle's self defense claims. They were trying to substantiate the idea that their lives were in danger and thus self defense was necessary. Erik and Lyle continued to maintain their self defense lie that their parents wanted to take their lives. Thus, the evidence demonstrates that Erik and Lyle lack full insight into their crimes and are therefore neither rehabilitated nor suitable for resentencing. As indicated above, Erik and Lyle fabricated a story of imminent danger at the hands of their parents based almost entirely on their own self serving testimony and attempted to support that story by recruiting their family or their friends to provide perjured testimony. They have never admitted that this story was a lie. They have never admitted that they lied under oath and conscripted others to lie under oath. They continue to lie. In fact, judging from his recent interviews, Erik continues to assert that his account of the events is honest and accurate. In the recent documentary, The Menendez Brothers, Erik stated what the attorneys were arguing was it was the honest but the unreasonable belief that I was going to die, but yet he thinks it was a reasonable belief. So I don't know why this is even. I don't know how this is an argument. Why he thinks this has any weight to anything. He says I didn't agree with that because I believed it was an honest and reasonable belief. Erik and Lyle continued efforts to deceive the court and the public demonstrates that they are not fully rehabilitated. They fail to exhibit full insight into and accept complete responsibility for their crimes overcomes their failure. Okay. Their failure to exhibit full insight into and accept complete responsibility for their crimes overcomes any mitigating evidence of rehabilitation at this point since they still pose an unreasonable risk of danger to the community. Erik and Lyle have expressed contrition about how the homicides of their parents affected their family. But this is not a new sentiment. During direct examination in the first trial, on September 20th, 1993, Lyle said, I just missed the connection I had with him, meaning his father, and I felt, I guess, very guilty in seeing my grandmother and people hurt. However, during the same trial, Lyle and Erik testified to a false claim of self defense. They also both attempted to, and actually did, suborn others to lie on their behalf under oath. Their insight into their crimes is no greater today than it was at the time of these homicides and subsequent trials. To date, Erik and Lyle have only acknowledged a fraction of the lies they told and still have never acknowledged the following lies and efforts to undermine the truth seeking function of their juries. And we're going to go through these very quickly. I'm not going to read them all, but um, so he basically has a list here of all the lies and what has been admitted to the 911 call, um, lying to police, family, friends, lying to police and family friends about about it being a mafia hit, uh, that they feared their parents because the father's homosexual lover. So he admitted all these lies. Eric admitted the lie about the homosexual lover thing. All these other lies are what they are stating is not, um, they're saying that this is not, these are all lies that they did not admit to or, um, hold on, my computer's doing something funky. So those are all the lies that they're saying that they didn't admit to. I'm not going to read them all, but he went through it in his press conference. He was like, "There's 16 lies and blah blah blah." So these are all the lies that they're saying that they never admitted to. The initial People's resentencing request completely fails to analyze, let alone address, each of these continued lies and Eric and Lyle's lack of complete insight into their crimes. As stated by the governor in his denial of parole for Saran, an inmate who lacks insight still poses an unreasonable risk to public safety. The comparisons between Saran and the Menendez brothers' cases are instructive for the court in ascertaining whether the failure of the Menendez brothers to exhibit full insight into their crimes overcomes various pro resentencing factors justifying a denial of resentencing. In Saran's case, where the parole board granted him parole, it argued that Saran did not pose an unreasonable risk of danger due to the community based on his age. He was 77, his diminishing health, his lengthy time in prison, which was over 50 years, his age at the time of the offense, which was 24, his upbringing in a war zone, his significant rehabilitative efforts in prison, his letters of support from prison officials and victims' family members, and his low classification score in prison, among other factors. Notwithstanding these positive factors, Governor Newsom denied Surin's parole, reviewing his lack of full insight and complete acceptance of responsibility for his crime as overcoming these factors and demonstrating how Surin continued to pose an unreasonable risk of danger to the community. Similarly, notwithstanding all the positive factors on behalf of the Menendez brothers, many of which are less compelling than Sirhan's, their failure to exhibit at this point full insight and complete responsibility for their crimes demonstrates how they continue to be an unreasonable risk of danger to the community. Consistent with Vassaw, there can be no greater legitimate interest than public safety justifying withdrawal of a resentencing petition. Both Eric and Lyle's prison disciplinary record demonstrate significant positive and negative aspects of their time in prison. In Section 3 of the initial People's resentencing request, the people provided this court with a detailed description of many of the positive aspects of each inmate's rehabilitative efforts and positive programming while in prison. For example, the people's resentencing request detailed each inmate's post conviction factors while incarcerated, including predictive scores, education, self help and recovery programming, sobriety maintenance, and work history. In general, those comprehensive details outlined in the people's initial motion accurately demonstrate that each inmate has performed exceptionally well in certain aspects of their prison programming, and those details will not be repeated in this pleading but are incorporated herein by reference. However, as described below, there are certain areas where the people's resentencing request fails to sufficiently detail information contained within each inmate's prison files. Erik continues his pattern of deceit and manipulation in prison. He's such a evil monster. What's he doing now? The people's resentencing request states that Erik Menendez's overall disciplinary record while incarcerated is reflective of his positive trajectory throughout his period of incarceration. To support this proposition, the people noted that Erik only received 8 rule violations while incarcerated. Upon a further and more complete review of Erik's C file, the people have discovered that Erik has been cited with at least 13 times for violating prison rules. 13 times in 35 years is really not that bad. While this is not an excessive number of violations for a lengthy prison term, the circumstances of some of these violations demonstrate a continued pattern of dishonesty and manipulation. For example, in 1999, Erik argued with and then assaulted a female visitor by pushing her and then pushing her by the back of the neck and pulling her back by the neck. After being found guilty, Erik appealed this violation and argued that the guard lied in his report. However, a review of the surveillance footage demonstrated that Erik was the one who was lying. As stated by the appeal officer, the videotape indisputably reveals you utilizing aggressive contact with your visitor. In 2006, Erik again challenged a rules violation inappropriate conduct with a visitor by again testifying that the allegations were false. Erik was again found guilty after surveillance video demonstrated that he was lying during the hearing to deceive a hearing officer. In yet another and more blatant example of Erik's manipulation and continued efforts to falsify evidence, just over 6 years ago, in 2018, Erik was caught laying on his top bunk with unlawful contraband, a cell phone. Oh no, hidden inside his mattress. Instead of admitting guilt, Erik again falsely testified during this hearing, stating that he did not use the top bunk. However, this time Erik actually suborned perjury and called his cellmates to falsely testify on his behalf. One of the cellmates testified that the phone belonged to him and that it was in the cell before Erik became their cellmate. Another cellmate also testified that the phone did not belong to Erik. However, the falsity of this testimony became clear when the inmate testified that Erik occupied the top bunk. Okay. But 2 people said it wasn't his. Or 3 people if you count Erik. At that point, Erik became frazzled and shouted, "I sleep on what bunk?" To which the witness changed his answer and testified, "No, wait, low, I got mixed up." The hearing officer found Erik guilty, noting that 2 of the pictures on the phone were selfies taken by Erik showing him on the same top bunk where the phone was hidden. Lyle continues his pattern of self-serving conduct while in prison. The people's resentencing request similarly asserted that Lyle's disciplinary record is reflective of his positive trajectory. The motion then states that Lyle has only suffered 5 RVRs in over 30 years of incarceration. However, after a full and complete review of Lyle's C file, the people have found that Lyle was cited for violating the prison rules, including failures to report to work at least 19 times. Most notably, these violations demonstrate a continued pattern of circumventing the prison rules to engage in improper behavior. Really? For example, in 1997, Lyle was found guilty of circumventing the like the best they have is like things that happened in 98 and 99, 97. Like you don't have anything recent because it's all BS and you know it. They should be out. For example, in 97, Lyle was found guilty of circumventing the prison rules by arranging to have his family, male fellow inmate relatives, clothing, and other items in exchange for receiving canteen items from those inmates. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Oh, I guess it is against the rules. I don't know. On multiple other occasions, Lyle circumvented the rules by having his preferred brands and types of shoes snuck into the prison so that he could wear what he wanted to wear. Okay, so what? He also continues to possess illegal contraband such as cell phones. Again, oh well. Lyle failed and or refused to report to his work assignment on numerous occasions, often because he preferred to hang out on the yard. This was again back in like the 90s. In sum, in evaluating whether the Menendez brothers posed an unreasonable risk of danger to the community, their entire pattern of prison conduct, positive and negative, must be presented and assessed, particularly in light of their continued failure to exhibit full insight into their crimes. The court must decide whether to proceed on its own resentencing motion. In the event the court permits the people to withdraw their resentencing motion, the court must also decide whether it will proceed on its own resentencing motion. Previously, on November 25th, 2024, the court indicated that it would proceed on its own resentencing motion if the people withdrew their request. The people would be prepared to proceed on the court's resentencing motion if the court determines that it has jurisdiction. The court must decide whether it will allow the parties to proceed by stipulation to a hearing on the court's motion. There are unlikely jurisdictional issues with the court conducting such a proceeding. Or I'm sorry, there are likely jurisdictional issues. I don't know what. In this other People versus Roe, it held that due to the lack of jurisdiction, resentencing could not take place on courts initiated resentencing motion despite the consent of parties. So for whatever reason, they're saying that this court doesn't have jurisdiction to resentence them, which is a total lie, but whatever. The court's resentencing motion, however, does not have a statutory presumption in favor of resentencing under the Penal Code. In conclusion, for the foregoing reasons, the people are prepared to go forward with the court's initiated resentencing, but request the court to allow the people to withdraw their motion for resentencing, which we do know this was denied. Oh, here are the other people that actually signed it. Nathan Hochman didn't actually sign it, but his people signed it. Habib Balian, Ethan Milius, and Seth Carmack. So that is our first filing for this. That's going to be like a series of 3. So we just went through the people's response to the resentencing request, and then we're going to go through the defense's response to them, which is another 88-page document, so be prepared for another long one. And then we'll have Hochman's team's response to the defendant's request, which we're just kind of reading this now kind of for fun. Now that it's not like, now that we know that it's denied, I'm not so mad about reading through it because I know that like a lot of this argument the judge isn't going to see through, so, or is seeing through his garbage. So that's a good thing. All right, so I will let you guys go for now, and I'm going to try to get these out as fast as possible because this week is the resentencing hearing, so it makes sense to go through these right now and go through what the arguments are going to be, basically. So I can't wait to go through the defenses. That's the one I'm looking forward to the most. So let me know what you guys think, and I will see you guys in the next one. Take care. Bye now.